Ladies and gentlemen, this is the moment we've all been waiting for.
What a shot!
It'd be absolutely mental. I mean, I've never won anything like that in your life.
Top to 12.
Double 16.
Now Cullton.
Oh, what a shot!
It's Tom Sykes!
Double 14. Jane Turner.
Haynes wants tops, and Haynes gets tops.
At the ball for the match, and he nails the bullseye.
Oh, what a dart that is!
One of the biggest names in amateur darts because he does things like that.
He's gone that way purposely.
Double 12. Oh, what a shot!
For another ton topper, and he has it.
Double 14. And he goes double.
Double 10. Oh, what a shot! A 128. Check out.
Oh, this would be superb. That is absolutely magnificent. Double 18. Superb. A barnstormer.
Oh, what a shot!
About going away from convention. Ball for tops. Tops are 12. Tops are 12 and Twedle. Plus finishes. If he can find double 50.
Double 16. Yes.
On the third leg.
Tops it is.
Game shot.
And it's in tops.
Hello and a happy new year here from the Modus Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Pluto TV's darts coverage for 2026 gets underway with the grand finals of the ADC Global Championship. Somebody come the end of play today is going to walk away £60,000 richer and with this magnificent trophy in their cabinet. It's going to be a new name on the trophy this year. The defending champion Devon Peterson was knocked out in the first phase of competition, so for somebody today it's going to be the biggest day of their darting lives. We're in the company of Laura Turner throughout the course of the afternoon as the ADC Global Championships comes to its culmination. What a day, what an occasion. The first darting day for many people in 2026 may well be their biggest darting day in 2026.
Oh, it really does have that feel about it, doesn't it? That potential for the 8 players that made the quarter-final stages, you know, and it probably feels a bit like, you know, they're starting the tournament again because we've obviously had a couple of weeks off and they've had time, hopefully, to fully prepare for today.
Well, let's reflect on what we've seen throughout the course of the tournament because we saw 2 weeks worth of action at the beginning of December to get us to the final 8. 56 players started in the competition, and the 8 that we've got here this afternoon, they are vying for a big prize.
It's absolutely massive, isn't it? Obviously, the winner, they're going to be walking away with £60,000. It's absolutely massive because what that can do for the players, especially like the likes of a Tom Sykes or a Jack Twedle who are eyeing up Q School as well, it really can just push them on. So hopefully it's all full focus. It's knockout now. There's no second chances. It will be interesting to see who comes through.
As we say, 56 players kicked off the competition on December the 1st. Come January the 4th, only 8 remain, and this is the story of the tournament so far. The ADC Global Championship started on the 1st of December with an expanded 56-player field and plenty of action. Fires the second, double 16. Connor Haynes! That is a special finish! The event kicked off with Phase 1, which saw 7 players battle it out for qualification, of which the top 4 went through to the knockout stages.
Again? Where are these coming from?
Including surprise package Panos Chrysos-Paphis, the Greek qualifier who started as the 100-to-1 outsider but defied the odds.
To be the 3rd person through. He's only gone and done it.
There were some big-name casualties. The likes of Jeff Smith, John O'Shea and reigning champion Devon Peterson failed to make it to Phase 2. The knockout groups began on day 9, where only 1 player per group would qualify for the grand finals. Tom Sykes dominated his global championship knockout group, winning all 6 games in Phase 2. In addition to his perfection in Phase 1, he became the only player with a perfect record after 2 groups.
Oh, what a dart that is.
Twin brothers Danny and Wesley Van Tripe incredibly qualified for the same knockout group, creating a unique rivalry, though neither were able to come out on top. rank outsider Shane Turner seriously upped his game during Phase 2, being the only player in the field to throw 2 ton-plus averages. Gary Stone overcame a very tight knockout group with only 2 points separating the top 3. He's the only Scottish player in the final 8 field.
Beautiful darts from Gary Stone.
With 8 talented Tungsten Titans still standing, only one can be crowned ADC Global Champion. Yeah, today we're going to bring the action to a close. We'll talk about the 4 quarterfinals in a little bit more detail in just a second, but as we saw in that package there, some big names that didn't make it through, the first of which the defending champion Devon Peterson. He fell at the first hurdle. We know how proud he was, the fact that he lifted that trophy last year. He actually took the Global Championship trophy to Africa and showed it around the continent there. He was very proud of lifting that trophy, but the title defence just didn't go to plan at all, did it?
Oh, it really didn't. Yeah, you have to feel, because obviously coming back, you want to put your best foot forward when you are coming back, trying to retain a trophy, trying to keep hold of that title. Yeah, and it just didn't go to plan for Devon Peterson, so difficult for him. But yeah, obviously it's an opportunity for everyone left in.
There's going to be a new name on an ADC Major Trophy this afternoon, because Graham Hall, who picked up the Tour Championship title in October, he didn't make it through either. And I suppose he was one of the real big name casualties just because of the year he had in 2025.
Yeah, and there's been a few, haven't there? You mentioned Graham Hall, but you can also look at the likes of your John O'Shea's, your Jeff Smiths as well. And I think that's a testament to the strength and depth that the sport of darts has at the moment. We talk about it quite a lot, and we've seen it, recently at the World Championships, and obviously we're seeing it here as well in the ADC.
And of course, every tournament has stories, doesn't it? And for us, it was the Greek qualifier, Panagiotis Chrysos Paphis, who was 100-1 outsider to win his group, and he only went and done it.
Yeah, and that's what this is all about. This is about stories. We put quite a lot of emphasis on experience, but every so often someone comes here on debut. They're not fazed by the tournament. They're not fazed by the fact that they're in front of cameras for the first time. And it was him that did it this time round. From a nation that we've spoken about previously, that they're emerging in the sport, and it's just great to see.
And it's so important for tournaments like the ADC Global Champion to have qualifiers from places like Greece, from parts of the world that don't always get represented perhaps in other competitions.
You need someone to inspire. That whole thing of see it to be it, I totally believe that. So the fact, as you say, that we're seeing people from nations like Greece that we don't normally get to see, then for me, yeah, it can only be a positive, especially when they put in the type of performances we've seen.
So that was the story of the tournament so far, but the final chapter is going to be written this afternoon, and we're going to be playing all the way through to a champion at around about 5 o'clock this evening. 4 quarterfinals, 2 semi-finals, and a final to determine who's going to pick up that £60,000 jackpot. It's going to be played in draw order. So the first 2 quarterfinals, the winners of that will play in the first semi-final, and vice versa. Johnny Haynes takes on Niall Cullton, Shane Turner up against Robbie Martin, Tom Sykes up against Jack Twedle, and Gary Stone taking on Johnny Barnes. Let's talk about the first quarterfinal then, and we begin by talking about Johnny Haynes, because he kicked the tournament off all the way back on December the 1st. He strolled through his opening stage, he got through stage 2, and at 60 years of age, he's got a chance to play for 60k.
Oh, yeah. And again, we talk about stories, and what a story it would be if Johnny Haynes could get his hands on the trophy. And he was really good in both those group stages. He only actually dropped 1 match throughout the entirety of the qualification to get to the quarterfinals. Johnny Haynes, we know when he comes here, he is a really dangerous player.
He takes on Niall Cullton, who came through perhaps the toughest group in terms of the knockout phase. He had to get past both of the Danny Van Trype and Wesley Van Trype, the Van Trype twins, to get through to this stage of the competition, and it feels like he's really blossoming again. We know how good he was a couple of years ago. He posted the highest ever average in this competition in the knockout phase, that 112.77 against Danny Van Trype. He's going to be a rather interested party today, isn't he?
He is, especially if he can reproduce numbers like that. Yeah, we've seen that he's got the levels, and as you mentioned, he's looking like he's getting back to that best version of himself. Again, he's a player to me that kind of goes under the radar sometimes, but he definitely, like I say, we've seen big things from him. So if he can reproduce, he's going to be dangerous.
Our second quarter-final feels like a meeting between 2 players of which this is the biggest day of their darting lives so far. definitely the biggest trophy they've played for and the biggest jackpot they've ever played for. Let's talk about Shane Turner. He's one of the real stories of this tournament. Never played in front of the cameras in an environment like this prior to the Global Championship, and he's kind of taken to it like duck to water, really.
Yeah, he's looked really comfortable, hasn't he? I mean, and that's all you can ask for. But again, he's another player. He's produced big numbers. He's had some really big finishes. He seems to be quite, a really all-round player. But I sense that this is an opportunity for both those players. They're going to think that this is a winnable match.
Robbie Martin is the power scorer of the 8 players. Most 180s throughout the course of this tournament. We've seen him here at the Tour Championship finals earlier on this year. He's a player that is getting more and more experience all the time.
Yeah, and you mentioned the power scoring, and that's been all important for him to get through to this stage, because the finishing is possibly where that needs tightening up. He has the lowest finishing stats despite having the highest 180s. Obviously, when you can hit as many as he's been doing, then yeah, of course, then you're going to get more opportunities. But if he can tidy up the finishing end, then again, yeah, it could be a real handful up there.
Format slightly longer than what the players would have been used to in the group phases. They were best of 7. They're very much cutthroat. Best of 11 just gives you a little bit more wiggle room, doesn't it?
Well, you can, yeah, you can afford maybe to lose the first couple of legs and play yourself into the match, but it can still be one of those ones that you can see your opponent just run away with it. It's longer, yes, but still, it's still a short race to 6.
Quarter of an hour to go until our first live darts of 2026 here on Pluto TV. And when we return after the break, we'll be talking about our second set of quarter-finals, which includes a 3-time Super Series runner-up Tom Sykes, who is looking to lift the Global Championship trophy later on this afternoon. Join us in a minute. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
What a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. Time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Hello, welcome back to the ADC Global Championship here on Pluto TV. We're 15 minutes away from the first start being thrown here at the Grand Final. So you can see me and Laura have made our way onto the stage. The crowd is filling up ahead of the first start in around about a quarter of an hour's time. Laura, you've been in this position, you've played in big games. What's this moment like for the players? Now the crowds are in, you're backstage, you can feel that sense of anticipation.
And that's it, it's anticipation. You get the nerves, you get the excitement, but you're just relishing the fact that, you know, you've got the opportunity. You've made it through a field of 58 players and you are one of the last 8 standing. It's all about just getting up here and just making the most of the opportunity.
What are those moments like as a player? Because you know exactly what you're playing for. You're almost just wanting it over and done. You just want to get out there now.
Different players will feel very differently about it. I know, you know, going to an event like this on debut, absolutely, it's very nervy, it's very edgy. You don't quite know what you're going to expect of yourself. You've just got to try and remain confident in your own ability. You know what you've done to get here. But it's a knockout. There is no second chances. I imagine the nerves will be out there in the back room with a few of those players.
And as soon as they step out here on the Yoki at just past 1 o'clock, they are playing all the way through to a winner. 4 quarterfinals, 2 semi-finals, and the final to determine who is going to pick up the £60,000 top prize. And these are the quarterfinals that are in play. We kick off with Johnny Haynes up against Niall Cullton, followed by Shane Turner up against Robbie Martin. And then in the second half of the draw, Tom Sykes takes on Jack Twedle, and then Gary Stone is up against Johnny Barnes. And look, Tom Sykes goes off the favourite. He's actually a huge favourite with the odds compilers. We'll talk a bit more about that in just a second. But when you crunch the numbers, you look at his form in this tournament, what he's done here in the past, there's a justified nature as to why people think he's the man to beat.
Yeah, he hasn't lost a game yet in this event, hasn't lost a game yet. As you mentioned, he's picked up weekly titles here. He has made it through, though, to the biggest matches that we have in Champions Week. Made it all the way through to the final on 3 separate occasions, and he's always been the bridesmaid, has yet to be the bride. Is today the day that it changes in what will be the biggest prize pot that he would have won before?
So how much of that could be, yes, his experience, but also how much could scar tissue also come into play?
Yeah, absolutely. Tom is that player for me. You know, he knows how to navigate the knockout stages. He knows how to get into the finals. It's just how much emphasis that he puts on that very last game if he can make it through, because getting past Jack Twedle is not going to be an easy thing either.
And it feels like this is the game of the quarterfinals. In terms of the year that both players have had in 2025, they're the two that's been the most successful on the Challenge Tour and here at the Super Series. As far as Jack is concerned, the first half of the year was very, very profitable for him. Picked up a Challenge Tour title. He finished top of the Tour Championship Order of Merit. Last year was the year of his darting life, it's fair to say.
Oh yeah, and absolutely, and you can start off 2026 in the perfect way. Both those players, they've played each other already this year. They'll be well aware of the standards that both of them can actually compete at as well. For Jack, it hasn't been the easiest of routes to get it through to this stage. He had to rely on leg difference in both the round robin stages, but he's here, and that's all that matters, and it's all about what happens on the day. This will be, I think, like you say, probably the best match, best lineup, you know, in terms of the quarterfinals.
I suppose that's interesting because the dynamic of this tournament is a little bit different to most other tournament setups where you play day on day on day. They've had a 2.5-week break since the last time they've flown. For someone like Jack, who may be scraped through, does that count as a little bit of an advantage, perhaps? You can just go away and refocus yourself back into today's action.
Yeah, and I imagine everyone, they will have known, obviously, that this is coming up. They would have made sure that they're practicing for the longer format as well, because obviously it's extended, best of 11 for the quarterfinals, and so on. It goes higher and higher until the final. So they've had time. They should be well prepped, but it will feel like coming into a whole new tournament.
Our final quarter-final is a meeting between Gary Stone and Johnny Barnes, and it feels like of all the players in this field, Gary Stone is the one that's gone under the radar. He's played at the Lakeside a number of times. It's his second year in this competition. Actually, if you put everyone in the melting pot, he's the most experienced campaign.
Yeah, and Gary is that type of player. When he's on form, Gary is very, very difficult to get past, very difficult to beat. What he needs to do, obviously, when he comes up here, because we've seen it when he's played Modus Super Series, he can get frustrated, he can let his head drop, and that's when we see that, you know, we don't see the best from Gary Stone. So for Gary, it's normally all about having that positive start. Those first 2-3 legs, they could prove crucial as to how he negotiates the quarters.
As for Johnny Barnes, I feel like he's the one that typifies the ADC system. playing locally and now reaping the rewards into a global championship quarter-final.
And this is what it's all about. This is what the ADC can do, because it's bringing new people to the forefront, giving them these opportunities, these experiences, you say, that they wouldn't normally have. But the fact that he's made the most of it, he's made it through to the quarterfinals. Yes, he's got Gary Stone. The experience of Gary may just be a bit too much to carry him through. But hey, like I say, live darts, anything can happen on this stage, and it normally does.
Anything can happen, and this is how the bookies see today's action going. Tom Sykes goes off a heavy favourite. He's 13-8 on with the odds compilers, and as we mentioned earlier on, you can understand why when you look at his form in this tournament. But if we look at some of the other runners and riders, who for you, Laura, perhaps could represent a little bit of value this afternoon?
Well, look, Tom Sykes, I understand why he's gone in favourite, but as we've mentioned before, Jack Twedle is another player that's had a good year. He's all the way out to 11-1 because he's got Tom first. If he can find a way past Tom, then ultimately that looks like good value. And Noel Cullton at 12-1. He's had some good numbers.
And we mentioned Gary Stone as well. He's 9-2, and as we mentioned, the experience that he has on stages like this, if the draw opens up, and look, he's in the tough half of the draw, there's no reason why he can't pick up his biggest check ever.
Absolutely. Honestly, you have that saying that you've obviously got to be in it to win it. They're all in it. It's all about what they can produce, because we've seen averages. We said about Cullton hitting the 112. We've seen really big things from players. It's just whether they can do it when it really counts, when it really matters.
Well, let's recap the quarterfinals that we're going to be watching this afternoon here at the Global Championship. We kick off in around about 5 minutes' time with a meeting between Johnny Haynes and Noel Cullton. Shane Turner takes on Robbie Martin. That then in the second half of the draw, we'll see Tom Sykes take on Jack Twedle before Gary Stone and Johnny Barnes go head-to-head in our final quarterfinal. And look, for somebody this afternoon, Laura, they're going to pick up £60,000. As the games go on, as the money goes up, how much more tense will it be? How much will we see a lot more emotion and other things like that perhaps begin to come into play?
In an ideal world, you want to go up there and just play darts. That is how you want. But you're right. For me, it is very much about, as you're getting closer, as it becomes more of a realistic kind of opportunity to get your hands on, not just on the trophy, but on the prize money. Yeah, I think there will be some tension. There has to be. But hopefully for the players, they can just navigate that and just get the best out of themselves.
And by the way, how much would you love to have played in front of a crowd like this? There's a lot of purple in here today. Robbie Martin's got a lot of support. That could be a fourth dart for him today.
It could, and I think for a lot of the players, whether they've played in front of, played here in front of a crowd previously or not, I think that they're all going to relish the opportunity to actually play in front of their friends, their family, any support here. I think we might see a bit of a different, we'll see the personalities start coming out, and hopefully we'll see some of the best stuff that they can produce.
And off the back of the World Championship final yesterday, where Luke Littler became a two-time world champion, getting the better of Jan van Veen by 7-1 in the final. If you had post-Ali Pali blues, this is some way to overcome it, isn't it?
Isn't it just? Yeah, absolutely. And you think, the likes of a Luke Littler has been a winner on this stage previously and come through the ADC system as a qualifier. So, yeah, absolutely. I can't think of a better way. Darts is just non-stop at the moment.
It really is, and we've got 50 weeks worth of live darts for you here across Pluto TV in 2026, and the action gets underway in a couple of minutes' time here at the live lounge in Portsmouth. It's the first quarter-final of the ADC Global Championship, and it's a meeting between Johnny Haynes and Noel Cullton.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least two handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score, leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts, but he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage, approaching the hockey with a chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone. I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires 79.
This is it. It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
The match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Haynes wants tops, and Haynes gets tops.
At the ball for the match. And he nails the bullseye.
Oh, what a dart that is.
One of the biggest names in amateur darts because he does things like that.
He's gone that way purposely.
Double 12. Oh, what a shot.
For another ton topper. And he has it.
Double 14. And he goes double.
Double 10. Oh, what a shot. A 1-2-8. Check out.
Oh, this would be superb. That is absolutely magnificent. Double 18. Superb. A barnstormer.
Oh, what a shot.
About going away from convention. Ball for tops. Tops are 12. Tops are 12 and Twedle. Plus finishes. If he can find double 50.
Double 16. Yes.
On the third leg.
Tops it is.
Game
And it's in tops.
It's the first live darts of 2026 here on Pluto TV, the grand finals of the ADC Global Championship. Our first quarter-final is a meeting between Johnny Haynes and Niall Cullton. And bringing the players onto the stage, the Happy New Year to our MC, Lewis Jones.
Good afternoon and welcome. This is the ADC Global Championship Finals. From the Modus Live Lounge, Portsmouth! We are live on Pluto TV. Firstly, would you please welcome, from Swindon, it's the punk, Johnny Haynes! And now his opponent from Kilkenny Island. It's Cully, now Cullton!
So our first quarter-final, a meeting between Johnny Haynes and Niall Cullton. Come the end of play today, somebody is going to be £60,000 better off and the ADC Global Champion. It's a packed house here in Portsmouth. Let's hand over then to our commentary team this afternoon. It's Happy New Year once again to Laura Turner and season's greetings to Niall McCorn. Hi, Niall.
Hi, Henry. Happy New Year. And a Happy New Year to you watching on Pluto TV. As we have reached the final 8 of the ADC Global Championship. 56 came and only 8 remain. Over a month has passed since the first dart was thrown. And in a few hours' time, we'll see our final double, a brand new ADC Global Champion, and someone becoming £60,000 richer. But who will it be? That's the question. The bookies are backing Tom Sykes. But our first quarter-final sees Johnny Haynes take on Niall Cullton, watched on in the capable hands of Andrew Culling, who's our referee for this one. Johnny Haynes, 61 years of age, the oldest in the field against Niall Cullton, the only Irish representative left in these championships.
100.
2 Niles here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. We've got 2 Turners as well. Good afternoon, Laura.
Oh, good afternoon, Niall. Yes, try not to confuse ourselves with the names. One's on the stage, one is in the comms box.
60.
Yeah, but Johnny Haynes just looking to roll back the years. He's been one of those players. Obviously, we know that he plays a lot of his darts now locally in Swindon, but he's definitely one of those players that does come to life here at the Live Lounge.
Well, Johnny was the first man to get through to the quarterfinals. And contrastingly, Niall was the last player to book his spot.
60.
But what's gone before is almost water under the bridge at this stage. 2 group phases have been done
60
and dusted for both players who have made their way through to this final day. And there are no second chances. If you lose, that's it. You are going home.
140.
For Johnny Haynes, it was an emphatic start in that first group. Didn't lose the match. Did lose one in the second knockout, in the second round robin phase. But overall, for Johnny Haynes, it was 26. A pretty solid performance throughout. But as I was saying to Henry previously, must feel like coming back, and it's a different tournament. We've had a couple of weeks off for Christmas and New Year.
100.
We just wonder how that might suit some players, and many of these players are used to playing in a knockout system. In fact, a round-robin format is probably more alien to them than this. But there is nothing like an early nerve settler in leg 1. Won't happen now, 1-4-1. We have seen 148 ton plus checkouts in these championships. And Cullton is the first down to a finish.
100.
Yeah, pressure from Johnny Haynes, but 81. This could be an early breaker throw for Cullton. And you say about that first leg, Settler still feels a bit edgy though.
41. Johnny require 90.
Well, fancy at least a shot at the ball here, Haynes. Starts on the bullseye. And tried to finish right 57. In the middle as well. So an opportunity has come and gone for Haynes, and Cullton now looking at tops for the first leg.
Game show on the first leg. Niall Cullton.
Well, he won Group 8 with 5 wins from 6, Niall Cullton.
Second leg, Niall 2 for row first.
Doubling it.
Game on.
Almost 40% for the tournament.
Yeah, and he also set that tournament record average of 112.77 by dispatching of Danny Van Tripe.
81.
I said before, when he came in this, he was 12-1 in terms of picking up the title, but he has shown levels. He's had the highest finish
100
of the entire... no, they had the 152, sorry.
Yeah, big finish from Niall Cullton. We've seen
60.
A few of them. You mentioned that high average, 112.77. Look at the players he beat. Dean Gallagher twice, Wesley Van Tripe twice.
140.
Danny Van Tripe once in phase 2. Some impressive opponents that he swept aside. And Haynes has been a challenge for many players as well, so this is already
45.
an engaging quarter-final to get us started here at the ADC Global Championship Finals.
Yeah, Johnny Haynes doing the better of the two in this second leg, just looking for a way of breaking back.
100.
Yes, it is a longer format. It's a race to 6. But you can quite quickly see those matches still disappear in front of you.
Well, Johnny Haynes calls himself the punk in a very punk-like attitude. Doesn't feel like he's too fazed by the fact that Cullton has applied serious pressure. No 1-6-1 this time for Haynes. Cullton now has put himself in a real tidy position. He gives himself an opportunity at this 1-3-5. There's 25 of them.
Yeah, just the wrong side of the wire for the treble 20, but I just wonder how easy it would have been to find a route through to the bullseye if he'd found it. 25 looks
59.
like a bit of a blocker.
Johnny, you require 118.
Can't find the treble with the second dart, which
now
means
you require 76.
sets up nicely with 54 to leave 24. Cullton will be hoping that that's immaterial. And to give himself a 2-0 lead here, big 16 leaves him a shot at tops.
56.
Oh, he's a long way low, the target there.
Johnny, you require 24.
Yeah, and those darts snatched out the board in disgust because, as you say, it was way
Haynes
off
on
and
the
he's
second
punished
leg.
by Johnny
Johnny
Haynes, who
Haynes.
levels up at 1 apiece.
Third leg, Johnny to throw first. Game on.
Well, these races to 6, which is what this is in the quarter-final stage, can often be decided by
55.
fine margins. £8,000 guaranteed for the winner of this game, booking their place through to the semi-finals. But that dangling carrot of 60k and the opportunity to be crowned ADC Global Champion. The reigning champion,
45.
Devon Peterson, isn't in the quarter-final field. He was eliminated. Jeff Smith, the silencer from Canada, he's not here. John O'Shea, the joker, another player to fall by the wayside. We have seen some big names enter and some big names go out.
And it is a testament to just how much strength and depth of talent there is within the darting world at the moment.
100.
Players that perhaps aren't household names, that potentially could become household names. They've all got the opportunity. The ADC system
60.
It means you don't have to travel and try and pick up points all around the country or around Europe or even further afield like other systems.
140.
Well, you mentioned it before, Laura. The two players that competed at Ali Pali last night have been here in this building. They've come through and competed, particularly in Little's case, in
137.
ADC events. And when it comes to this particular tournament, 3 of last year's semi-finalists at the Global Championship went on to get their tour cards. Adam Lipscomb,
100.
Brad Brooks and Daryl
Johnny, you
Pilgrim.
require 109.
The only one that didn't is playing a little bit later on. But Haynes now has a chance at tops
Game
for a
shot
ton
on the
topper.
third.
And Johnny Haynes is just starting to hit his straps now in this quarter-final. He leads 2-1.
Yeah, it was a
Fourth leg,
tentative
9-2
start,
for
wasn't it,
Rover.
from both?
Game
But
on.
Johnny Haynes looks to have found a rhythm and settled there with a 15-dart holder throw.
140.
Yeah, these two have met previously. It was all the way back in 2023, and it would be no surprise to most people it was here at the Modus Super Series. In terms
36.
of their head-to-heads, it's 1 apiece.
It's Johnny Haynes' 6th ton-plus outshot of this tournament.
95.
We speak about his experience just generally playing darts, not necessarily in these kind of occasions, but
100.
we were mentioning before, even the darts that he's using. Well, we've had nearly 50,000 darts thrown in this tournament, and I can guarantee you he's thrown more than 50,000 with those.
Now you require 161.
Yeah, there are players that they find a set they like, they settle with them, and then you've got other players that They kind of have them mass produced and they're quite happy to rip them out the packet, but that's not the case for Johnny Haynes.
$140. Now we require
Symbiotic relationship with those darts. Great start for Cullton. Tops he wants. Oh, it's a 101 from Cullton. Ton plus finishes in back-to-back legs, one for either player now. And this quarter-final is level.
Johnny to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, and whilst the power scoring hasn't quite been on point for both players, the finishing so far has been exceptional. It's 2 from 3 for Niall Cullton, 2 from 4 for Johnny Haynes, and both including those ton plus checkouts.
60.
I think when you look at the way that the draw has panned out, a lot of people would have fancied Johnny Haynes to make it through to the final, but Niall Cullton looking like he's got different ideas here.
100.
Yeah, when you look at the way this tournament has progressed for Johnny Haynes, only Tom Sykes has won more legs this tournament. Johnny's one of only 3 players left
96.
to be averaging more than 90 for these championships. Only Niall Cullton has posted a higher average in the ADC Global Championship this year than Johnny
100.
Haynes. So all of the signs trending in the right direction, pointing to good things. But it is about getting up there and getting it done. And he's still in this match,
94.
no question. But sometimes it's not quite as simple as looking at the numbers and going, okay, well, he's done well so far. This could be completely different for everyone.
Yeah, it's difficult, isn't it? Because we're here to kind of look at what's happened before and try and kind of guess, essentially, and work out how things may pan out. But as you say, it's live sport. There's humans involved. Absolutely anything can happen.
133. Now you require 156.
Really good setup from Haynes. Leaves himself tops after 15. No 156 for Niall Cullton.
60.
Has hit a 152 in these
Johnny
championships.
40.
This for the lead for Haynes.
Game showing a 5th leg. Johnny Haynes.
He's getting grooved on tops, isn't he?
6th leg, Niall to for
Halfway there.
Game
But this one is far from done. And the man from Swindon is not showing any signs of flapping or nervousness. It's almost as if he doesn't even know there's a crowd behind him.
Oh, yeah, he is most definitely a seasoned competitor, a player that I've known and been around the circuit with for many a year. I won't mention quite how many
40.
because I'm not sure what's older, his darts or the amount of years that I've probably known Johnny. But yeah, as for Johnny Haynes, he's just one of those players. He likes, we mentioned he plays darts in and around Swindon, but they're more localised tournaments. But he's also a player, don't forget, that's had a tour card and played at the PDC Worlds, played at the BDO Worlds as well. So he's just got such
100.
a wealth of experience to draw on.
And I suppose as you grow more experienced, even though those kinds of occasions
60.
have been fewer in the more recent times, you can still dig back into the archives and think, well, I did this, I've done that, I've been here, I've been there. And
45.
it is just, as we've heard players like Justin Hood say at the Ali Pali, it's just a game of darts. It's just a game of darts. The problem is there's 60 grand on the line today for the winner, so that definitely changes things.
140.
Yeah, it's all about mindset, isn't it? And I think Johnny's always had that kind of mindset. He just enjoys playing. He wants to be competitive, remain as competitive as he possibly can.
55.
And he's proven he still is during this ADC Global Championship.
Cully looking for a clean kill. Bends the wire at tops.
Game
but follows in to level the
Niall
match.
Cullton.
And the 38-year-old from Kilkenny ties up this
7th
quarter-final.
leg, Johnny to throw first. Game on.
He only lost one game in Phase 2. That came in the final game of the night against Danny Van Tribe. He lost that 4-3, so a last leg decider. So in terms of form, Cullton is also looking red hot, but then there's that conundrum of 2 to 3 weeks between that round robin phase and this, it is different.
100.
And for Cullton, you know, he's a former Irish international, played at the WDF World Cup back a few years ago. Hasn't seen him on Challenge Tour at all this year, but has played Challenge Tour back in 24. I think it's just trying to recapture some of the form that we saw from him maybe a couple of years ago.
45.
We saw those real early breaks of throw from both of them, but since then everything seems to be going with throw, and that's a formula that Johnny Haynes will hope continues.
We've had a maximum.
Johnny, you require 164.
From Niall, we've had a 109 out from Johnny, a 101 out from Cullton. No 164,
100.
but once again, as you mentioned, Laura, holding throw, and he looks in good position to add another leg to his tally. We call this a race to
Johnny
6, but it's neck and neck at the moment.
Yeah, again, just feels very delicately poised. It's 2 in hand for double 8.
56.
And that, a rare miss on the outer ring. But Cullton not in a position to punish, just looking to put on a bit of pressure.
100. Johnny, you require 8.
Double 4 for 4-3.
Game show on the 7th leg. Johnny Haynes.
And Johnny Haynes creeping closer to a spot in the semi-finals.
8th leg, Niall to throw first. Game on.
Well, Cullton might just have to dig something out here. He's running out of time to find the break that he needs.
Yeah, got it in the very first leg, didn't he? But
100.
Didn't push on in leg number 2. And as you say, delicately poised between these two. But all the pressure now back on Niall Cullton, because he's going to want to find a way of holding. And then again, just trying to threaten the throw once again of Johnny Haynes.
125.
Second maximum of the match. Second maximum for Niall Cullton.
Every time Niall Cullton looks like he's on the back foot, he produces something big. 2 maximums, as you mentioned, that 101 checkout.
Well, hasn't been the most prolific maximum hitter, Niall Cullton, through these championships. Now up to 16 for the tournament. You consider that Johnny Haynes has hit 23.
100. Now you require 161.
We said he needed to find something. Might this be it? Treble 17. Needs the ball, but doesn't have to go for it. But he decided to anyway. And maybe that's just an indication of where Cullton feels he is in this game.
We want to make a statement at some point, don't you? Just remind your opponent, yeah, I'm still in it.
.38. Now you require 25.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that was a bit of a miscalculation there from Johnny Haynes, as he's afforded Cullton at least 6 from this position.
13.
You can see Johnny just shaking his head in the background.
And the reason he is shaking his head is because Niall needs those 6. He's already used 3 of them.
41.
Well, it's not a great visit either from Haynes.
12.
Cullton to level it. Or has that dart kicked across? Yes, it has. He's not got a great deal of target to aim at here. He's due east on the dartboard, but he doesn't want this to go south. Oh, and he does go south. South of the wire into the wrong bed. Couldn't really get much closer. He gave it his best shot.
I feel you talked that in. But again, not punished
99.
by Johnny Haynes, who has set up after 18 darts.
He's done it again. He has done it again. He's busted score, this time in the wrong double on the other side of the wire. Haynes, the punk, he punishes.
Johnny Haynes.
That is a massive moment in this quarter-final. And will that keep Niall Cullton awake tonight, wide-eyed, thinking what might have been?
Quite possibly, because that puts Johnny Haynes one away from a place in the semi-finals, but it was 7 darts to double there for Niall Cullton. Absolutely in full control of that leg to level up.
$140.
Now for Cullton, he needs perfection. He's kicked off with a 140. Edges him in front.
135.
You just have to wonder, does Johnny Haynes just have that finishing sight in line? Has he got the bit between the teeth?
$140.
He was chasing that first maximum of the day, wasn't he? That's another big scoring visit from Haynes.
100. Johnny
Cullton can't get himself in finishing range. Just takes a glance at the score. 90 left. Moves over to the 18s. And that's the smart play from Johnny Haynes. And there's that experience.
Yeah, very sensible indeed. Because when you have got a match-winning moment, you can just get caught up in what you're doing. So that an essential pause from Johnny Haynes.
Johnny require 56.
This for a spot in the semis.
Game shot.
And Johnny Haynes sweeps his way past Niall Cullton. He is the first man to book his place in the semi-finals of the ADC Global Championships. A big moment in the game, coming when Haynes went 5-3 up. He had 7 darts at double. He bust 12 twice, 1 in double 10, 1 in double 13. And Johnny Haynes did not need to be asked twice to sweep in and take his opportunity. A 109 outshot for Haynes. Cullton came up with a 101, but in the end, a game of margins which was dictated by Haynes. He wins 6-3.
Welcome back to the ADC Global Championship, where before the break, Johnny Haynes was the first player to book his spot into the semi-finals, courtesy of a 6-3 victory over Niall Cullton. Quarter-final number 2 is a meeting between Shane Turner and Robbie Martin, and to bring the players onto the stage, Lewis Jones.
Welcome back to the ADC Global Championship Finals, coming to you from the Modus Live Lounge, Portsmouth. We are live on Pluto TV. It's now time for our second quarter-final. Firstly, would you please welcome from Weymouth, it's Robbie Martin! And now his opponent from Oxford. It's the train, Shane Turner!
So quarter-final number 2, a meeting between Shane Turner and Robbie Martin, and it's fair to say today is the biggest day of both players' respective careers. The biggest paycheck they've ever played for and the biggest trophy they've ever played for. For Robbie Martin, he was here in October for the Tour Championship final. As for Shane Turner, well, he managed to qualify through by winning the Southwest Belt, the regional titles which was held across the United Kingdom in the ADC. Robbie, the 42-year-old from Weymouth in Dorset, finished 4th in the Championship Tour order merit to get to this particular global championship up against the 36-year-old from Oxford. Got here courtesy of his exploits in the Southwest region and the UK ranking table in 2025. And both players will be looking to kick off 2026 with the biggest title that they've ever lifted. Niall McCorn is alongside myself, Henry Deacon, in commentary for quarter-final number 2. And the Marts mob, Niall, they are in the house and they are there to cheer their man on.
And they'll be hoping that they get more of the same from Robbie Martin than what they've seen already through these championships. Nobody has hit more maximums than Robbie Martin's 29 180, 6 more than the next best, who was Johnny Haynes, who we've just seen book his place and guarantee himself £8,000 by making it through to the semi-finals. Which of these two players will follow him? Shane Turner
49
was considered a rank outsider at the start of this tournament, and he's managed to make it through to the last day. He's happy with that, and he's feeling very relaxed today. Spoke to him before and
57.
He said, I'm just happy to be here. But once those first few darts are thrown, I can guarantee you he'll be feeling differently, especially if he gets himself into a lead. He did play in an ADC event on New Year's Day, actually, at the
100.
Dog and Gun, and he came second. If he comes second here, I think he'll be pretty pleased with that.
And this is his full focus. He's not going to Q School this week, Shane Turner. And so the train will be hoping it's full steam ahead in these Global Championship finals.
96.
Well, he had a nervy start to phase 1, but he did get better, enough to secure his passage through. Started very slowly, Shane Turner.
43.
And then eventually found his rhythm. Finished 3rd in that phase 1 group, actually topped the phase 2 group to reach the quarter-final. So he is getting better. Nobody has been better at ton plus checkouts than Robbie Martin in these championships.
132.
No need to tease us with the 164, Robbie. Smart play to leave himself double 16 for the first leg.
All about sense and sensibility. When he played here at the Tour Championship, 45. He took on Graham would actually go on to win the tournament. 32. But one of his key strengths in that game was his set-up play. Set up perfectly there, and Robbie Martin takes the lead. He's the man with the most support on this stage.
Shane to throw first. Game on.
And when he's up, the Marks mob will be up.
$85.
Well, that was far more efficient than we've seen Robbie Martin be. He actually has the lowest checkout percentage of any of the players remaining in the tournament.
60.
Doubling at around about 26.5% before these quarterfinals began. He's had some weird games as well in the group phases, busting when he shouldn't have 59. On a couple of occasions. Twice in one match, he bust 108 and 127 in the same game. During one of the group phases, he's actually trying to lay up for double 16, the double that he just hit. Ended up hitting treble 18 and the 54, saw him bust his score. So we had a little joke before today's play start, and he said, don't worry, I won't be doing that again. And he's teed himself up to perfection 78. To give himself the opening leg.
Interesting story behind Shane Turner's nickname, The Train. And he got the nickname based on the fact that he went to a competition once. He slept on the train to the competition. And so he missed his stop and then missed the competition as a whole.
That is far more interesting than what I thought you were going to say, which was because it rhymes with Shane.
$43.
Well, Shane the Train is first down to a finish. It's not an easy one, 139. Now can't pick off a treble with the second dart. He's got some breathing space, 99. A bit of insurance with Robbie Martin yet to reduce his arrears into finishing range. But he might add some pressure. Don't bust it, Robbie.
133.
Well, that's some tap on the shoulder, isn't it? So Turner here. First 3 darts at a double. And now chasing double 5. Manages to squeeze it into the corner with the last. He's on the board and we're level at 1 apiece.
Third leg, Robbie to throw first. Game on.
There was a 57. Feeling that this quarter-final was somewhat an opportunity for somebody. When you look at the field and you look at the way the draw's panned out, the second
60.
Half of the draw looks like the one that's stacked with the big names, the likes of your Tom Sykes, the likes of your Jack Tweddles, the likes of your Gary Stones. For someone like Shane Turner and Robbie Martin, they'll probably look at the draw and think, right, 100. Get through this one. Johnny Haynes, yes, is a tough assignment in the semi-finals, but it could have been tougher, perhaps.
58.
I think every player would say the same thing. It doesn't matter who you play. It's going to be tough. But that's also an absolute lie, because every single player would rather have a certain opponent 100. Than others. There are always going to be stronger opponents in the field. You mentioned Tom Sykes. All of the numbers point towards him winning the £60,000, but that comes with 58. Its own pressure. The bookies think that Tom's going to do it. Everyone else believes that they'll be the person to become ADC Global Champion. And when it comes to
100.
The belief, it is just about getting up there and trying to wrestle control. And you mentioned it there, Shane Turner's first 3 darts at a double, just squeezed into the corner at double 5.
59.
And maybe that
144.
matter of millimetres might just change how Shane's feeling.
And look, every player's going to be polite when they speak to the press, but I'd rather play Niall McCorn for 60k than Luke Littler, for example.
122.
The outcome will be the same anyway, Henry, so don't worry about it. Well, we teased Robbie Martin about his miscounting. He has left a rather peculiar double 59. 11
Robbie required
to put
22.
himself 2-1 up. Let's see how troublesome it might prove to be. The answer is not troublesome whatsoever.
Robbie Martin.
Another little ripple of applause echoes around the live lounge here in Portsmouth as Robbie Martin establishes a 2-1 advantage.
all going with throws so far. Nothing really to separate the pair. A game which is being played in 6 visit range so far. 16, 18, 16. The darts acquired to win the
57.
Opening 3 legs of this contest. It just feels like it's the type of game that somebody needs to take by the scruff of the neck, you feel.
39.
Yeah, and sometimes that's not necessarily a player doing that actively. It might just be punishing a mistake from an opponent. We saw that in the last
59.
game where Niall Cullton had ample opportunity to check out 12, bust twice, wrong side of the wire on either double, and that cost him. And Johnny Haynes saw his opportunity, that window of potential punishment, and he climbed right through it. And Shane Turner is climbing into the treble 20. And gives us the first maximum of this quarter-final.
And puts himself in a position where from here he should level
100.
things back up at 2 apiece and give us our 4th consecutive holder throw at the beginning of the contest. Kind of treading a similar pattern to our first quarter-final where Johnny Haynes and Niall Cullton, there was a leg between up until that 8th leg that you mentioned where Niall Cullton bust double 6 with a double 10 and the double 13. Missed 7 darts at a double to level up at 4-4. Haynes won
58.
that leg, then won the next.
106.
Well, ton plus checkouts have not been Shane Turner's forte in this tournament. He's had the fewest of everyone.
70.
And he can't add to his lowly tally, but does give himself lots of insurance at double 18.
82. Shane, you require 36.
And he's got 6 of them here because Robbie Martin's left himself on 162. When Robbie Martin plays, you do have to play bogey number bingo with him.
20.
Bogey number bingo, busting bingo. There's no doubting Martin's ability in this segment, the treble 20. He's been ruthless when it comes to the scoring. It's his
105.
strong suit.
Shane, you require 16.
But he's missed an opportunity to extend his lead. And
Game
Shane
shot
Turner
of
has said, thank you very
Shane
much. I'll level this match up. You leave yourself a bogey all you want, Robbie. I'll take my chances.
5th leg, Robbie to
if you're not going to give
first.
yourself any.
Game on.
What was that nickname you gave him last time he was here? Jose de South Coast?
93.
Jose de South is actually somebody we will probably see here in 2026, providing he doesn't get his tour card at Q School over the course of the next week or so.
60.
And we've seen this story before where players have competed in the latter stages of the ADC Global Championship 12 months ago, and they've gone on to get their tour cards
139.
at Q School a matter of days later.
Yeah, 3 of the 4 semi-finalists from the 2024 edition of this
39.
competition went on to win their tour card at the subsequent Q School. Adam Lipscomb, the runner-up, alongside Bradley Brooks, who of course won a Pro Tour title in 2025, and Dowell Pilgrim. The only player actually out of the
59.
final 4 lineup that didn't pick up their card was the eventual champion Devon Peterson.
$93.
Well, 6 starts here for Robbie to get the 5th consecutive holder throw in this game, to open up a 3-2 lead and to put him halfway towards the semi-finals.
42.
It's a big jump in terms of prize money. Effectively, this is a double your money game. Losing the quarterfinals, you pick up $4,000. Win this one, you're on 8.
Another maximum from Turner. And the timing could be critical because once again, Robbie Martin's gone all Dick and Dom in the bungalow. Bogeys again.
100.
So it's a 162 in the
Shane,
previous
you require
leg, a 168 in this one. But this one could be more costly because this is on the Robbie Martin throw. But Shane Turner isn't going to get a poke at the bullseye.
93.
But he
Robbie
is going to
requires
leave
68.
himself on double 18 if Martin cannot convert this 68. And it's only going to be 1 in hand at a double of choice. So the double of choice is double 16. And it's a double that's found. And to his credit, when he's had an opportunity at a double, he's taken it. It's 3 from 3. And he's 3-2 up.
Sixth leg,
And halfway
Shane
to the final.
throw first. Game on.
One of those clutch moments that might define the rest of today.
61.
180s in back-to-back legs for Shane Turner. Martin leaves himself on a bogey number, but it doesn't matter.
140.
And is this the opportunity for Robbie Martin to get the break and really take control of this quarter-final? And this has been a match so far that has been dominated by the player throw first. Not just
23.
has it all gone with throw so far, actually, the player against the darts hasn't had a dart at double yet.
Well, both Martin and Turner have won the same amount of legs coming into this quarter-final. So maybe we should have predicted that it would have been close. Both players certainly were relaxed before the start of the game.
85.
And these races to 6 can be defined on moments, and might that 68 outshot in the last leg be one of those moments? Might this be a moment for Robbie Martin? Yes, it will, on a pinhead.
Well, much to everyone's excitement, only a 140, but it has put himself in a very good position to get the break of Turner.
60.
Really is pushing and probing now,
100.
isn't he, Robbie? Which will give him full command of this quarter-final tie.
140. Probably require 81.
Was looking for the 57. Over to the 12 segment.
56.
Could leave him a shot at the bullseye.
Shane, you require 132.
Will Turner go bullseye first here? He will, but he can't find either the red or the green bit.
95 left.
56.
So
probably require 25.
Robbie here looking at 25 to go 4-2 up and to get a crucial breaker throw. Well, he missed one, but he needed 2. And he is 4-2 to the good Robbie Martin. He's 2 away for the Global Championship semi-final. That is the reigning women's champion of the world, Dieter Hedman, OBE. Picked up her first world title at the Lakeside in December after a couple of decades worth of try. Many congratulations to Dieter. She's here today to support Shane Turner, and she'll be hoping that Shane the Train can turn things around.
120.
Spat back out the board. That last start.
100.
We mentioned Robbie Martin's imperious 180 hitting through this tournament. Hasn't hit one yet in this quarter-final. Shane has got 2. That was close to a third.
97.
Everyone thought that Robbie hit a 180, me included, but it was just 140 in the last leg. But he now has
60.
that 2-leg buffer. And I just wonder, we joke about him leaving bogey numbers and maybe miscounting a couple of times, and
45.
we can tease him about it because he's winning 4-2 and he'd like to back himself to go on and get the remaining 2 legs he needs to get through to the semi-finals. But it's those kind of small things,
58.
and I say they're small things, but it's only because he's winning that it counts as a small thing. If he was losing this game, it would become a big problem, and it might yet transpire to become a big problem later on in this tournament. If he gets through to the semis and into the final and he makes mistakes like that, he does not want to be heading home later tonight thinking, why did I leave myself 162? Why did I leave myself 168? If it costs him £60,000.
Shane, you require 124.
Well, Shane Turner was broken in the previous leg, but he has an opportunity to break back at the first opportunity. Didn't have to go triple 18 ball because Robbie Martin's all the way back on 180.
92.
And what he is going to do is leave himself handily poised on double 16 when he comes back to return this game to throw at 4-3.
$58. Shane, you require 32.
Over to double 4.
28.
3 chances have been and gone now
Robbie,
for Turner.
require 122.
This would be painful. That leaves the bull.
97.
Well, Robbie
Shane,
Martin
you require
can't pierce the middle of the board to put himself on the hill. Turner's looking at double one. And he's only got one left.
No score.
And it won't go. And now it's over
Robbie
to Martin
require
again.
25.
6 darts to bring it back to 4-3. Robbie Martin's going to get 2 in hand, a double 8 to make it 5-2, and to perhaps put this quarter-final beyond the grasp of Shane Turner. He takes the opportunity of double 8, and Robbie Martin is a leg away from the Global Championship semi-finals.
Game on.
What has Shane Turner got left? Shane Turner missed 6 darts to bring the arrears back to 4-3. He had control, a vice-like grip of that leg against the darts.
100.
And having only kicked off 60 on throw, Martin with a ton there has got half a dart lead now against the throw.
Shane Turner has missed 11 darts at double in this quarter-final. Compare that to the 55.5% that Robbie Martin is checking
57.
out at. That is why we have a 3-leg gap in this quarter-final.
And by and large, his visit perfect as well. When he gets to the board, Robbie Martin, he pretty much takes out what he needs to take out, apart from the odd dart here and there at the end of combinations. When he's got 3 in hand, or he's had 2 in hand, he's mopped up. And Dita watching on rather nervously.
100.
Because the player she's come to support is in big trouble. 244 points away from elimination from this year's Global Championship.
60.
For Robbie Martin, 6 darts, perhaps more, for a place in the final 4 of this year's competition.
100.
Big last dart, leaves himself on a...
Wants at least a ton. And he's not going to get that. Once again, his darts ejected from the board. And a bounce out that maybe signifies he's about to bounce his way out of this tournament.
6 darts for the semi-finals. He may get it done in 3. Another one of them. Unable to get. All Shane Turner can do is hit big and hope that Robbie Martin fluffs his lines.
96.
It's not going to be enough. It's not going to be enough
100.
for Shane Turner. A sarcastic
Robbie require 48.
raise of the arms, but Martin wants double 16. And he gets it. And he gets his £8,000 guarantee as he's through to the semi-finals of the ADC Global Championship. He was the better player. He might have made a couple of mishaps in there, leaving himself bogey numbers, but in the end, it was his finishing that got the job done with aplomb. 6 out of 10 on the outer ring. And although 180 hitting has been his biggest asset in this tournament, no maximums for Martin, 2 for Turner. But in the end, Robbie Martin is through to the semi-finals with victory by 6 legs to 2. Tom Sykes and Jack Twedle up next here at the ADC Global Championship in the quarter-finals. Let's hear from both players now. Tom, 2025 was a pretty special year for you, a year where potentially your life changed. How much are you looking forward to getting 2026 started here at the ADC Global Championship Finals?
Yeah, I can't wait. It's a big one for the first one of the year, but hopefully we can start the year off with a bang and get a win.
You packed in your job to have a crack at darts full time, and how much of an inspiration could this next few weeks be for you with everything that's on the line?
Yeah, 100%. That's the main reason I did it. To be fair, for all of this this year, sorry. So yeah, the money and the stuff that's on offer today, and the Q School next week's a big couple of weeks for me. So hopefully we can get over the line at one of them at least.
In terms of your experience in this particular building, you've been on that stage on finals nights before. Do you think that could help you in this tournament?
Yeah, like you say, I've got a lot of experience up there, but there's 7 other lads in there that are all really good players. So anybody can win it today, and hopefully if I get on my game and get away earlier, then hopefully I'll be the one on top.
Do you think there is any pressure on your shoulders in particular when you consider the stats that you have across the tournament? Highest doubling percentage, highest rolling average across these global championships, but you face someone in Jack who's a tricky nut to crack.
Yeah, he's a good player. He's Jack. I've played him a few times this year, and yeah, it's a tough first game, but I don't really look at the stats, to be fair. I just try and go up there and get to 6 legs before he does, so hopefully I can do that in the first game.
Best of luck. Thank you.
Cheers, mate.
Jack, welcome back to Portsmouth. How much are you looking forward to what today brings?
Yeah, it should be a good day. It's obviously been sort of 6 weeks of graft, but yeah, finally around.
6 weeks of graft,
yeah,
but a lot of waiting as well for this day. How much have you been looking forward to it?
Yeah, it's been good. I had a few weeks off after stage 2, obviously Christmas and so on, and then I went straight back to the board sort of mid last week or week before last. Played a few comps, won a few comps. It was good. Knockout
now, not groups, so no second chances. Are you relishing that challenge?
Prefer knockout, to be honest. Always have preferred knockout. Just that's always what we've played when we were growing up. That's what I played at ADC, Challenge Tour. It's just what we're used to.
We know your quality and we know the experience that you've got, but you're coming up against a real fierce competitor in Tom Sykes. That'll be a tough task. Yeah, it should be a good game. We've played each other a few times now. It's usually, I think other than once where we both played really bad, it's usually been really close. We had a couple of 6-5s at Q Score, I think, and then ADC Championship Tour, I beat him 5-3 or something like that. So they're good games. You mentioned Q School and Challenge Tour and things like that. This is 1st to 6 rather than 1st to 4, which is what we had in the group phase. That might suit your game as well. Yeah, I did like it when I was playing like the top up like Pro Tour events, and obviously those were 1st to 6 as well, as it is always. So they seem to go well. So hopefully it should be the same. Best of luck. Thanks, Jack. Thank you, mate. Cheers.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor.
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
So we are 2 quarterfinals down at this year's ADC Global Championship. Johnny Haynes will take on Robbie Martin in the first of our semi-finals. That was after Robbie got the better of Shane Turner by 6 legs to 2 before the break. Into the bottom half of the draw now, and this perhaps the quarterfinal tie of the afternoon as Tom Sykes takes on Jack Twedle. And to get the players onto the stage, it's over to Lewis Jones.
Welcome back to the ADC Global Championship Finals. Coming to you from the Modus Live Lounge, Portsmouth! We are live on Pluto TV. It's now time for our third quarterfinal. And now would you please welcome, it's the Castleford Tiger, Tom Sykes! And now his opponent from Swindon, it's Jack Twedle!
The tournament favourite Tom Sykes takes on Jack Twedle in what is the most appetising quarter-final fixture of the afternoon. The odds compilers have him 13-8 on to lift his first ever major title come the end of play this afternoon. A man who turned up here at the Modus Live Lounge 2.5 years ago as an ADC qualifier from the Yorkshire and Humberside region. We didn't know hardly anything about him, but we know everything about the Castleford Tiger now. 33 years of age, a 3-time Super Series Champions Week runner-up, up against a man in Jack Twedle who picked up his first Challenge Tour title this year, finished top of the Championship Tour Order of Merit. It was the year of his darting career so far, and he is hoping to kick off 2026 with his biggest title to date. This feels Laura Turner alongside me in the commentary box like the quarter-final of the afternoon. There's the Tom Sykes army, there's his dad, his partner, and his mum in attendance, just like they were around about 6 weeks ago at the back of the auditorium, cheering their son and partner on. And for Tom Sykes, he's back here in the big time here at the Live Lounge once again.
Yeah, and I don't think anyone is surprised to see Tom Sykes making it through to the quarterfinals. Such is the quality in terms of performance. The only player still in the field not to have dropped a single game in making it through to this stage. But we spoke about it earlier, didn't we? And the one thing with Tom Sykes, yes, he's picked up weekly wins here in Portsmouth, but when it's come to the big one, the biggest prize on offer in the Modus Super Series, has failed to pick it up on 3 separate occasions. You just wonder how much that plays in the back of the mind of a player.
100.
His last final defeat coming just 5 weeks ago against Charlie Manby, a man who then go on to reach the last 16 of the PDC World Championship. And that's why he didn't play in this tournament, because obviously his Formula Development Tour he played at Ali Pali, thus making him ineligible for this particular competition.
Yeah, and he didn't do too bad, did he, Charlie Manby? Picking up hat-trick of wins.
56. Tom, you require 101.
£60,000 and a place in the last 16 of the tournament, where he'd lose out to the eventual one-up, Jan van Veen. Tom Sykes kicking off in a rich vein of form, taking out a 101 finish, a 15 darter. The Castleford Tiger is very much on the board.
Yeah, and it's the levels that we've come to expect from Tom Sykes, but Jack Twedle, he finds the first 180 of the match. But yeah, for Jack, it was a bit more of a kind of tumultuous route to the quarterfinals. He found himself on equal points with 3 other players to get through that first round robin stage. Managed to get through on legs difference.
140.
Sorry, should have paused. I was almost going to say, are we going to get back-to-back 180s? But not quite. But it's a great response from Twedle.
See, if I said that he was on a 9, it would have happened, Laura.
Yeah, no, it wouldn't. It never has. I don't think it ever will.
However, he's on for a potential 10 here.
177.
Amazing leg from Jack Twedle.
A 177 to leave himself on double 2. We saw a 10 darter at the World Championships that culminated on double 1. We could see a 10 darter here culminated on double 2. Well, now he is in the madhouse and he's got a decision to make. Tom Sykes is a long way back. Curb your enthusiasm, Jack.
96.
Yeah,
Jack,
he's still got plenty of time, but he'll want to see this off. And he does.
Second leg.
Parity at 1 apiece.
Third leg.
Well, we thought this is the quarterfinal that could catch fire and really set alight the standard this afternoon. 15 followed by 13. Level we are at 1 apiece in this contest.
And Tom Sykes will be more than aware of the levels that Jack Twedle has
100.
got. They have played each other. Played each other back at Q School last year.
81. $140.
But the early indications are Jack Twedle has found a rhythm, and Tom Sykes, a man who's usually a pace setter, is the one that's being asked the questions in the scoring department.
$91.
Both of them have had very similar routes in terms of their progress. As he looks for double 10 for a 140, just the wrong side of the wire.
Jack, you require 170.
We saw 17 of these at the Ali Pali, but there's no fishy there.
87. Tom, you require 20.
However, this is for 13 dart pass to Tom Sykes' own.
No score.
But he's laid it low into the double 15, and Jack Tweddle's got a bona fide break opportunity here.
And he didn't make sure of that single number. He was looking for the treble.
20.
So another chance once again for Tom Sykes. Absolute
16.
disaster from a leg that Tom Sykes was fully in control of.
Well, both players are feeling edgy here. It was a superb start to the contest, but Jack Twedle has found a pivotal breaker throw. He needed to find one at some point in this contest. He's found it there. He leads 2-1, and all of a sudden he has control of this quarterfinal. Tom Sykes missed 4 darts at a double to go 2-1 up in that contest. Twedle has punished to the hilt.
Yeah, punished early and just giving Tom Sykes a lot to think about. When you come into a tournament and you are the favourite, that does bring additional pressure. Tom normally deals with it well, but Jack Twedle was the one that's finding the big scores and the finishes 57. When it counts.
There's been times in the past where there's been an expectation level on Tom Sykes, but I don't think there's ever been a bigger expectation
58.
on the Castleford Tiger to win a tournament like there has been today.
Yeah, I agree. I think we all look to him when he comes here for a regulation week, when he came at Champions Week. But
100.
This one in particular, you feel, is one that he's more than capable of taking. But we said this, the quarterfinals, to get through to this stage, you're going to find you run into someone that can play well.
Best 11 does give you a bit more breathing space. And it's a type of format which the better players will prefer because it gives them a little bit more time and legs.
140.
However, the problem is both are quality operators here.
Well, another one of those would have left double 12.
96. Tom, you require 136.
To break back. 136 isn't there, and a lot of darts are dropping low as well, which is a
58.
real cause of concern for Tom Sykes. This is a 3-1.
Game show on the 4th leg. Jack Twedle.
Jack Twedle extends his lead. Tom Sykes now, you
5th
feel,
leg, Tom
although it's still early,
Game on.
enough in the match, hold a throat, really does feel imperative.
And I think the puzzling thing as far as
57.
Tom's concerned is he got off to such a good start in the contest. 5-visit leg, 101 checkout. It looked as if things were moving in the right direction,
96.
but then he was hit back by that 13 darter of Jack Twedle to level up at 1 apiece, and he just hasn't been able to recover since.
It was leg number 3 so far in this match. It was the fact
93.
that Sykes was potentially on a 13 in response and missed 4 at double, and you just can't afford to do that at this level.
43.
However, Twedle had an opening there. He's been unable to make best use of it. And in that position, that's a really good 140 from Tom Sykes.
Yeah, especially considering that first dart, once again, it just went low, and that's sometimes awkward for Tom to readjust.
65.
Well, an opportunity to get himself back to within 1. He's got 6 on 211.
101.
He's another lever finish.
140.
Gets another, leaves himself on 157. Just ask a question of this 110. His only leg so far is of a ton plus checkout. And he's found the double 10 for the double top for the 110 to bring it back to 3-2.
Yeah, so far for Tom Sykes,
Game on.
a 3-figure out, not a problem, but 3 darts in hand and finding a double, that was the issue in the third leg of the match.
139.
Yeah, both these players back in around the 2014, 2015 kind of age. They were both playing on the Dev Tour, very similar routes. I know that Jack had to take a few years away from the sport. He's been back playing for a couple of years. But those couple of years, he's really impressed. I think he said he plays with just a little bit less pressure. He used to put a lot of pressure on himself as a talented youngster. Now, he just finds that, it's a game, kind of going back to that Justin Hood thing, it's a game of darts. Enjoy it.
140.
As Scott Mitchell would say, just treat it as another game of darts.
53. Jack, you require 132.
Well, Tom Sykes' last game on this stage prior to the Global Championship, he lost to Champagne Charlie Manby. We're not going to quite see Champagne,
108.
but the 132 was almost got from Jack Twedle.
Jack Twedle here really has got Tom Sykes on the back foot.
Game shown a 6 leg.
Once again, it's a 13 darter for Jack Twedle.
7th leg, Tom.
He's got his man now exactly where he wants him. 4-2 up, break up. The impetus now is very much on the castle for Tiger.
58.
And we mentioned it at the top of the show. If Jack Twedle can get the better of Tom Sykes here, it blows the tournament wide open. He was 11-1 with the odds compilers before a dart was thrown. He wins this. You can make an argument that he's favoured to lift the title.
Yeah, and we did imply that, didn't we? Don't forget that these players, they've been away from this event for the last 2 to 3 weeks, if not longer. With their prep and practice that they would have been doing in between Christmas and New Year. But when they normally play here, when players play here on a normal basis and get to a finals night, they would have had between 2 and 5 days previously to really warm to the stage.
57.
Well, you get into a rhythm, don't you? Particularly in tournaments like this where you play day in, day out. That 2.5 week break, you've got to use it wisely. And actually, we mentioned it on the stage. Someone like Jack that
you require
kind of got through unconvincingly. That break probably worked out in his favour. And he could find another break of throw here. If he can find double top for the 1-2-4, drops just low.
Yeah, early on now, Tom Sykes in all sorts of trouble.
57. Jack, you require
Sykes'
20.
throw really under threat. Tweddle's been brilliant on the outer ring, and that continues.
That's his third 13 darter of the contest. He's averaging just a shade under 97.5.
First. Game on.
Tom Sykes himself averaging just underneath the 90 mark. He's had 2 top plus checkouts in this game, but it's just been insurmountable in comparison to the barrage that the man from Swindon has put on him. But that's his first max of the contest.
Yeah, how much Tom Sykes needed to find
42.
the big score. But he needs to back it up here.
Incidentally, there could well be The final here, the
45.
ADC Global Championship between two blokes from Swindon.
I did think that, yes. It could have been one that they could have stayed very local to actually to find out who was the eventual winner.
177.
Johnny Haynes already through to the semi-finals.
Well, Swindon's the home of the Magic Roundabout, and Tom Sykes may well be exiting the Global Championship in a few moments' time. Jack Twedle 6 starts away, 2-2-8 to book his passage into the final four. And he is motoring, Laura.
Yeah, he really is. Tom Sykes, he's upped it in this leg, but it still may not be enough. He is first to a double, but Twedle on a finish.
For the match and for a place in the semi-finals of the Global Championship. Jack Tweddle's missed 2 match darts. Sykes is going to get one final reprieve.
Tom Sykes. Tom Sykes just holding on in there.
First. Game on.
That's one breaker throw, but Sykes cannot afford to make any more mistakes.
You get the sense he's used his get out of jail free card.
100.
Yeah, that's for Twedle. 2 darts at tops for the match, come and gone.
97. $140.
And Sykes on throw is piling the pressure on. And look, Tom's got to look at it from the sense of he's had a couple of darts, he hasn't taken it. He's got to see that as some kind of vulnerability, and he's got to try and exploit it for all it's worth.
91.
Yeah, and it's remaining confident in your own ability. Tom Sykes hasn't played poorly by any means, just Jack Twedle has just been the stronger, especially when it's come to certain phases of scoring.
100. Tom, you require 170.
To save the match, to save his Global Championship, he's not going to reel in the big fish, and so Jack Twedle another chance here 44. To book his place at the semi-finals. 164 for the final four.
Yeah, and although the 164 not going, that was a disastrous
92.
previous shot from Tom
126.
Sykes. Only down to 126 off the 170, and now needs the treble 19.
86.
Or is it curtains for the Castleford Tiger? Jack Twedle steps up with another couple of match darts, this time at double 12. 48. And that's now 4 darts missed to win this quarter-final. And once again, Tom Sykes is on the scene to intercept. He pins double 10, we're back to 5-4.
Tom Sykes.
Twedle has another opportunity on throw to win this game. But surely, Laura, those opportunities that have come to pass will be in the back of his mind.
Yeah, you can forgive yourself the first couple, but when you've created another couple of chances, just 97. The leg after, it can start to become frustrating. But Sykes,
40.
Once again in a position where he needed to find a breaker throw. He needs to find a breaker throw, but has only kicked off with 40.
Last year in the quarterfinals,
97.
Devon Peterson found himself in all sorts of bother against Shane Hayward. He was against the rack. He pulled off a comeback victory. He went on to win the tournament.
140.
Tom Sykes will be hoping to channel something similar here.
Yeah, we always say a game is never over till it's over. Jack Twedle once again just forging towards at least opening up an opportunity to win the match.
140.
Well, he's got another 6.
167.
Just looking to set up.
127.
All Sykes can do is put on a bit of pressure and hope once again he gets back to the oche.
124.
But this time, Jack Twedle has free in hand at double top. Double 10.
30.
Double 10. And that's now 7 missed match darts
57.
for Jack Twedle.
Yeah, and the first time you've seen some real exasperation from Jack Twedle. Tom Sykes looking to level up at 5 apiece.
17.
Right on the wire.
And Tom Sykes has missed 2 to go all the way.
Jack, you require 10.
Was that the opportunity that's come to pass for the Castleford Tiger? That's a beautiful guide for double five. He follows it in, and he's into the final four. Jack Twedle gets the better of Tom Sykes by 6 legs to 4. The Castleford Tiger will not be picking up the Global Championship trophy in 2026. As for that man there, Jack Twedle, he is a semi-finalist. And this is how he did it. He took his time. It took him a fair few opportunities to cross the line, but over the line he is. He deposes of Tom Sykes by 6 legs to 4, and he'll meet one of Gary Stone or Johnny Barnes in the semi-finals. It's our final quarter-final tie. Let's hear from both players now.
Gary, great to see you. An exciting start to 2026 in the offing.
Yeah, it's good to kick it off. Been in the last 8, obviously, out of 56, which is an achievement in itself when you look at the field that started. So, no, it's good to be in the mix, and obviously, hopefully we can kick on and get it done.
Feels like a long time ago already since those group phases. Does it feel like almost a different proposition coming here today?
It feels a little bit different in the fact that it's now pure knockout, so if you don't start well, you've not got that second chance. Obviously, the previous 2 kind of qualification stages, you had a little bit of flexibility where if you had a little bit of a wobble, you could do something about it. But now it's just up there, best man will win, no excuses, and that's how it's got to go.
Does that change anything for you at all? The fact that it is, as you said, straight knockout, does it change anything in terms of preparation or how you approach it?
No, not really. I think we're used to, as players, I think everybody in that room is used to knockout competition. So I think it's just the last couple of times you've had that little security blanket where this time it's back to basics and everybody in there wants to get their hands on that trophy as much as the next man. So it's just be the best man win.
It's a busy time of year in amateur darts for many different reasons. Where do you feel your game's at the moment going into this?
Qualification stage, and just now I seem to have done all right. Won a few competitions, kept my arm in, feel as if standard wise it's right up there. So it's just on the day. I mean, I could, the amount of times I've won up the road with 100+ averages, the guys are so frustrated back home, and me watch me week in, week out, winning these things, hitting close to 9 darters, 10 darters. I mean, everyone's online dart atlas. I mean, I'm not standing here lying, you can just go on and check it yourself. But the darts is there, it's just about getting up there, switching this head off and just letting them go, and hopefully that's what I can do today.
Wishing you all the best.
Thank you, mate.
Cheers. Johnny, welcome back.
Thank
How
you.
pleased are you to be back?
Really pleased, yeah, really pleased to have qualified, and let's see how they go today, yeah.
It's a strong field, but you must have confidence, especially with the way you came through Group 2, Phase 2, and booked your spot here.
Yeah, there was a very strong group. I didn't get off to a great start, so yeah, I was glad I got through that group, and obviously today it's maybe a next level, but yeah, I've showed in the past I can cope with that, so I'm looking forward to that.
You mentioned not a great start there. How much are you aware of the fact that if you do start slowly here, it's a race to 6. If you lose, you're out. That's it. There's no second chances.
Very aware, yes. So it's there's no point having a slow start today. We've got to get hit the ground running and put the pressure on Gary.
We're here at the start of the day, but in a few hours' time, you could have your name on the ADC Global Trophy. Have you thought about that, perhaps in the days leading up to this?
Yeah, of course, it crosses your mind. It'd be incredible to win it. We just got to see how they go today. I'm pretty relaxed, so yeah, I think it's going to be a good day.
Best of luck.
Thanks, mate. Cheers.
You will be disappointed with that. He wanted to have
Graham
one dart.
requires 20.
Graham Usher wins the first game of Champions Night, and it was an absolute ripper. He hit one of them on tops. He missed one on double 12. Which one is it? It's the hit.
Outside opportunity for Andy Hamilton. Van der Velde should be getting a match start again here. He's already had one. Mr. Dart at tops for the match to win 4-1. And he Dart at double 16 gets the job done there for Jurgen van der Velde. He gets over the line with a 4-2.
Did he go for tops, or did he just overshoot the single? Jimmy doesn't care. Jimmy just looks to eat this up to make the semi-finals for the second time. Adam Gablas has been eliminated. Keep us guessing. This time he's trying to leave double 18. He knows best, and he takes the lead. He is 2 darts away
Jeff requires 86.
from a Super Series final. He's 1 dart away. He doesn't need any more darts. Jeff Smith makes the Series 11 final. Is Usher losing his cool a little bit here?
Oh, absolutely. Right now, I'd say the head's gone. And you don't have long to recover. It is very, very short format darts. Vansky's halfway to victory.
He only needs 1 more. Jimmy Vansky is yet again into a Modus Super Series final.
Flashback vibes. Can Jimmy Vansky do the same? Just needs the 1 treble here on the 19s. Finds it. For the ball.
101.
Oh, unlucky. A lot of pressure on it. He's going to split it. 2 darts for double 4 for the match.
Game. Shot. And the Modus Super Series 11 champion, Jeff Smith.
Welcome back to the ADC Global Championship, where Jack Twedle has beaten the bookmakers' favourite Tom Sykes 6-4 to book his place into the semi-finals of this year's tournament. 1 final quarter-final to go, and it is a meeting between Gary Stone and Johnny Barnes. Gary Stone's actually the last remaining non-English player in the competition. He's looking to win it for Scotland up against Johnny Barnes, who's looking to do it for England. Let's hand over then to our MC Lewis Jones for the introductions.
ADC Global Championship Finals, coming to you from the Modus Live Lounge, Portsmouth! We are live on Pluto TV. It's now time for our last quarter-final. Now would you please welcome from Larkhall, Scotland, it's Stoney Gary Stone! And now his opponent from Darlington, the Barnstorm, Johnny Barnes!
For the right to take on Jack Twedle in the semi-finals is Gary Stone up against Johnny Barnes, and Laura Turner is alongside Niall McCorn in commentary.
Thank you, Henry. Final quarter-final. We know 3 of our semi-finalists already, and one of them is not Tom Sykes. The bookmakers had him off as favourite. He had the highest checkout percentage, the highest rolling average. He hadn't lost a game in this tournament until about 10 minutes ago, where he was eliminated. So opportunity perhaps for 2 of these players, 2 of the more experienced players in the field, to maybe take advantage of the favourite slipping up. Gary Stone, the 44-year-old from Lanarkshire, the only Scottish representative left in the competition. 12 years this month since he first won a PDC tour card at Q School. held it for 4 years until
Ladies and gentlemen, first
2018.
leg,
He's won
Gary to
gold
throw
medals for
first.
Scotland
Game
at the
on.
WDF World Cup and Europe Cup in the past. And speaking of Tom Sykes, only the Castleford Tiger had a better
70.
tournament doubling percentage than Gary heading into these quarterfinals. But for 57-year-old Johnny Barnes,
60.
despite the fact he has the lowest rolling average of all of the quarterfinalists, he's proven it's not all about the scoring. He's only hit 9 180s, which is the fewest, but is near on 40% doubling stats, similar to the rest of the field. And as we've just seen, Laura, it doesn't matter what you've done before,
95.
it's about what you do today.
Yeah, especially with this, knockout stages. Players are more used to it, more adept to doing it, but you don't come back, you don't get a second chance. That's exactly what Gary Stone was saying. Gary really wants to get that strong start because he knows the risk that every player in the field can pose.
45.
Although, yeah, you mentioned about the winner will actually play Jack Twedle. You have to give him full credit. It was a great performance to dispatch of the Castleford Tiger,
60.
Tom Sykes.
Arguably the hardest quarter-final to call, the last one between the two of them.
92.
Jack Twedle huffed and puffed a bit. Missed 8 match starts. In the end, crawled his way over the line. Tom Sykes missed his opportunity to take it to a last leg decider. Of course, 100. It is a race to 6 in the quarterfinals. This is effectively an £8,000 match, and the semi-finals a 20 grand match. Of course, the prize on offer, the biggest prize pot in the history of amateur darts, 60k for the winner of the Global Championship. Stone looking to start in fine fashion, needs Bull for 130.
100.
You had to go for it as well.
86.
Barnes now looking at 86 for an early breaker throw. Well, he had 83 left. I was kind of looking at the treble 17, but
Gary, you require 30.
either way, whatever the plan was, the execution was wrong.
Game shot on the first leg.
Stone finds double 15 for the first leg, having missed the Bull for that 130.
Second leg, Johnny
comes back
first.
next visit.
Game on.
And cleans up. Barnes couldn't make any inroads into his attempts at finishing.
100.
Johnny Barnes has had a 160 outshot. That's the highest checkout of all of the players left in the tournament. Came through a really tough Phase 2 group.
180.
Gary Stone adding his 14th 180 of this tournament.
23.
He said before that
41.
His mates up in Scotland are getting really annoyed with him because he comes to these kind of events and isn't performing at the level that they see him perform at. He says he's hit 10 darters, 11 darters,
140.
been posting high averages. He said to me before, I'm not having you on. You can check. All of the stats are online. I said, I believe you, Gary. It's fine. I believe you. But he just wants to turn that into something more tangible. And he's got an opportunity to do that here.
Yeah, I think he'll sense this as a real opportunity as well. The rest of the field would have been
134.
Not completely shocked but surprised that Tom Sykes went out in the manner that he did, and it's just opened everything up. That's for Gary Stone. He's won WDF titles. You mentioned he's won representing Scotland, a gold medal at the Europe Cup.
Double 16.
72.
Well, won't happen for Barnes, but Stone with an excellent setup. Outer Bull to leave himself 40 in this visit. Needs 2 darts. Misses inside on tops. Double 10 is found. And he finds himself 2-0 to the good in this quarter-final.
Third leg, Gary to
breaker throw as well.
Game on.
I like this from Gary as well. He's looking focused. Henry and I, when we spoke about it earlier, Gary Stone, and I think it backs up what you're saying. When he gets frustrated, he doesn't produce his best. And that has happened here on a few occasions. Back-to-back 180s. One apiece for Stone and Barnes.
100.
Just the wrong side of the wire. A little murmur went around the live lounge in Portsmouth there, but he's back in the treble with a third dart.
think everyone just starts to hold their breath, don't they? When dart number 4 goes in, you start thinking about it.
$60.
But away from the potential 9, this is a good response from Johnny Barnes.
Yeah, down to 126 after 9 darts.
34.
But after
Johnny
12,
Require 126.
Stone has left just 44, single to double. So that applies pressure. And it's
58.
pressure that Barnes can't
Gary
perform
Require
under.
44.
Stone then for 3-0. Wants tops.
Game shot on the third.
Clinical.
Gary Stone.
A flash start from Gary Stone. He has been solid
Fourth
so
leg,
far.
Johnny to Thoreau first. Game on.
I think that's how you describe Gary Stone. He is one of those solid, consistent performers, and despite the fact that the first leg, you can understand a bit tentative out of 20 darts, he's backed it up with 2 14 darters.
60.
As for Johnny Barnes, he's just been restricted to the 1 dart at a double. That was off the back of a combination finish that he couldn't find.
60. $180.
Maximum for Gary Stone, who's now
59.
averaging close to 97. He is in absolute cruise control of this quarterfinal.
45.
Third consecutive leg for Gary Stone where he's found a max.
140.
But it's Barnes here, first down to a finish. Again, it's another long range one, but
96. Johnny
a little bit of pressure
108.
coming from Gary Stone.
You get the feeling this needs to go. And it
Game shot on the
does.
fourth leg.
Big
Johnny
moment
Barnes.
maybe for Barnes. He was on the helter-skelter, but now he's climbing
Fifth
back
leg,
up.
Gary to Thoreau first. Game on.
And we saw it in the previous match, didn't we, where Jack Twedle just raced off into a 5-2 lead, and it's just a bit too much to claw Tom Sykes to claw his way back into the match. You don't want to be cut adrift too far. Yes, it's not over till it's over.
180.
Now these two are swinging punches at each other.
100.
4 180s now for Stone. In each of the last 4 legs.
100.
He's already had back-to-back 14 darters.
180.
He's got another. 41 after 9 darts. Forget a 14 darter, this could be an 11 darter.
60. Gary Require 41.
Tops is the double of
Game
choice,
shot on
and
the
that's
fifth
the
leg.
reason why
Gary Stone.
Gary Stone now taking his average in excess of 100.
Sixth leg, Johnny to Thoreau first. Game on.
Now you see the averages, 100.77 for Gary Stone, 95.13 for Barnes, and he's back in the red bit again.
180. 100.
Johnny Barnes' tournament average is 84.
55.
He's currently averaging close to 99.
And coming into this, didn't you say that Johnny Barnes was not the biggest of 180 hitters? It's just amazing what it, a few weeks off can do. He's back in again.
140.
What is going on? What on earth is going on? Johnny Barnes is down to 126. He's already had a go at this. Wasn't really given much of a chance. And now Stone is back at
Johnny
it.
Require 126.
Single treble combination.
101.
Was looking at the ball and he smiles wryly
Johnny
because he's
Require
not a million
81.
miles away, but he might be 5-1 behind.
It was a great effort. And that should be a great marker for Gary Stone.
James
Uses
on the
it
sixth leg.
perfectly.
Gary Stone.
Gary Stone has hit a maximum in every single leg,
Seventh
barring
leg,
the
Gary
first.
to
He's had
Thoreau
6
first.
because he hit
Game
2
on.
in one leg a couple of legs ago. And yet Johnny Barnes smiling and shaking his head because he hasn't done a great deal wrong.
100.
We've had 9 180s in this quarter-final. Both players averaging either over or close to 100. Johnny Barnes has only had 2 shots
55.
missed at double in the entire match. One of those was at bull. The other was at the end of a combination finish. Gary Stone is flying here.
81.
He's not playing bad. In fact, this could be Barnes' best performance of the tournament, and he's getting trounced.
60.
Gary Stone maybe looking to become the next flying Scotsman, because you say he's racing to that finish
91.
line. Is it another one? Of course it's another one. Maximum number 4 for Johnny Barnes. He only had 9 in the entirety of the week. Well, a couple of days that he played.
59.
Yeah, he was by some distance the man with the fewest 180s
60.
of the players left in the tournament.
Gary require
He's almost
170.
added 50% more to his tally in this match alone.
That's the thing with darts. Some days everything
44.
just seems to click.
Johnny
But
require
for Johnny Barnes,
146.
these kind of range of shots that he's having to take out. We've seen a 108. Not going to add the 146.
60. Gary
For the
require
third time in this match,
126.
a player is on 126. Barnes has been on it twice. Needed the treble to at least give himself a shot. Won't happen.
86.
Does find a treble with the last. Picks off
Johnny
48
require
more points.
86.
Puts himself in pole position. Oh, he's into the big one. That could be a blow. It is a blow. Any hopes that Barnes had might well be extinguished
62.
here.
Gary, you require 40.
Stone has been soaring to the semis,
shot, and
and he
match.
sails
Gary
through an absolute rout. What a performance from Gary Stone. He says that he's been getting frustrated, that he's been playing well this year, but he hasn't been able to show it on this stage. And he says there's more to come, which is scary for everyone else, because with an almost 100 average, 60% on the outer ring, he hit 6 180s over an inspired Johnny Barnes, who just couldn't do anything. He was powerless to resist. And Gary Stone is through to the semis.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yeah. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor.
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow!
Welcome back to the ADC Global Championship, where we have made it through to the semi-final stages of the competition, and the big bookmakers' favourite to lift the trophy is out. Tom Sykes defeated 6-4 by Jack Twedle. There was also wins for Johnny Haynes, Robbie Martin and Gary Stone in the quarter-final. So we're down to our final four. Haynes will take on Martin, and we will then see Jack Twedle take on Gary Stone, what looks like a tantalising semi-final tie. Laura Turner's been watching all of the action in the commentary box. She joins us here in the studio to reflect on what we've seen so far today. And I think it's fair to say it took a couple of games to get warmed up, but once we did get warmed up, we've seen the standard and the action really come to the boil.
Well, we really have, haven't we? I mean, that last match was 10-180s in it, and poor Johnny Barnes found 4 of them and still ended up a 6-1 loser. But ultimately, yeah, it has been really really competitive. It's exactly what we expected. But yeah, still a few shocks and surprises, which doesn't surprise us here.
Right, let's go through it chronologically. It feels like a long time ago when Johnny Haynes won his quarter-final against Niall Cullton, and there was a real turning point in the game, wasn't there? Haynes took out this 109 finish, but the key moment was when Niall Cullton, he had 7 darts at a double to make it 4-4. Haynes intercepted, he made it 5-3, and there was no stopping him really from that point.
No, and Johnny Haynes is a real front runner, isn't he? When he gets his nose in front, we've seen it so far in this ADC Championship. He's quite hard to peg back, and unfortunately for Niall, as you say, missed far too many to level it up. Everything was kind of going with throw at that point. So the breaker throw for Johnny, and I think it was around 20 darts as well. Yeah, I think that was just a bit hard for Cullton to get over.
He takes everything in his stride, doesn't he, Johnny Haynes?
He just looks so chill up there, doesn't he? Yeah, absolutely. He's relaxed, he's experienced. He uses all that experience up on the stage, and he's comfortable here as well. He's a real, regular when it comes to the live lounge in Portsmouth.
Robbie Martin won the second quarter-final. It just felt as soon as he got his nose in front, there was just no stopping. He's such a good front runner, isn't he?
He really is as well. There's probably a few question marks just around the setup play. A few dodgy kind of bogey finishes. I heard Dick and Dom in the bungalow mentioned a couple of times when you're in comms. But no, absolutely. If he can sort that bit out. The one thing that he did really sort out that we questioned was the actual taking out of the doubles. That was good. That was impressive. But because I think his percentage for the week was around 25%. So that was much improved, which is what we said we wanted to see. So yeah, he looked comfortable in the end.
He's got a lot of people here. The Marks mob are here in big numbers. How key could they be as he progresses further in the tournament?
Well, it was definitely the loudest game. Yeah, that crowd, they were really getting behind him, and it can really help. It can boost you along. You want to play well for yourself, obviously, but you also want to play well for the people that have come here to support you. So the fact that you can look out, see a friendly face if it's not quite going so well, that can be important for players.
So them two will meet in the first semi-final. Johnny Haynes, in fact, has won the bullseye for that. Our second semi-final is going to see Jack Twedle and Gary Stone go head-to-head. Look, we'll talk about Tom Sykes in just a second, but Jack Twedle, that was a superb performance. 13 darters in there. Yeah, he just, right from the off, both of them, they were playing beautifully, but Jack is scoring, putting on that pressure, clinical finishes right into when it counted. Okay, took a little while to get over the finishing line, but the fact that he just kept creating chances, he did start to shake his head, and I started to worry slightly, especially when Tom Sykes missed a couple to level up. But yeah, it was a great performance from Jack Twedle. As far as Tom Sykes is concerned, this is going to be a big disappointment, isn't it? Oh, of course. Of course, Tom Sykes comes here and he wants to win everything. He's used to winning a lot here at the Live Lounge, but I think he'll look back on that, and it was a great match. They both played well. I just think from a position of being 5-2 down,
that's a big mountain to climb when your opponent only needs one leg and still continues to pile on the pressure like Jack did.
And he's got to bounce back quickly because Q School's tomorrow for him.
Yeah, there's no let up at this time of year. He's off to Q School. He's one of those players that we expected him really to get a card last year. Didn't quite manage it, so he's back this year. It might have been the last time that we see him here for a while.
Well, performance of the afternoon goes to Gary Stone. That was a demolition of Johnny Barnes in that final quarter-final.
It was, and Johnny was firing so much back at Gary Stone, and Gary just remained focused. Once he got that lead again, he just didn't want to relinquish it, and he didn't. But yeah, you have to give full credit to Barnes, because those kind of matches, it takes two players to kind of entertain at that level. And for me, both played at a great pace, but Gary Stone, he set out, he wants to prove to everyone that he can actually play at these top levels on these kind of stages. I think he just proved it.
In terms of Gary, have we seen something different in terms of his approach, in terms of his mindset? Because even when Johnny Barnes was throwing bits at him, he just kept it all together. Where maybe in the past, and he's been the first to admit this, he hasn't been able to do that.
Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes it just clicks for players. He's come here. He wants to win. He's a serious competitor. He's won at European level when he's represented Scotland previously. So he knows what it takes to win. It just hasn't always clicked here. And then we said it before. He then lets that frustration out, and then that becomes the the thing that dictates the way the game goes. So the fact that he could fire back against someone who was throwing everything at him. Yeah, it was a really good all-round performance.
So those are the stories of the quarterfinals. The semi-finals get underway in around about 5 minutes' time. We kick off a meeting between Johnny Haynes and Robbie Martin, and that second game between Jack Twedle and Gary Stone, that jumps off the page, doesn't it? Particularly the way that, as we just spoke there, the pair played in their quarterfinal matches.
I'm just looking at it and I'm thinking, could it be two guys from Swindon? Could it be Gary Stone getting past Jack Twedle? Because especially that second game, I mean, that to me is that could go any way. We've obviously seen brilliant things from both, loads of 180s. I'm just hoping more of the same.
However, a word on the first semi-final between Johnny Haynes and Robbie Martin. Johnny probably will go off favourite based on his experience, but what does Robbie Martin got to do to get a result out of this one? Again,
it's just finding the big scores and then backing it up with the efficient finishing. Didn't see any kind of big 180s from him, which was a surprise. But the fact that he knows he's got them in his arsenal, we know that he said his scoring, that's what he relies on. Well, this time, the finishing was right. But playing someone like Johnny Haynes, he's got his fans behind him, but I don't think that will bother Johnny at all. Johnny's probably been on the other side of people cheering against him before. So it's just about, remain level-headed and try and find the best.
Slightly longer form, and I mean ever so slightly, 1st to 7 now in these semi-finals. For someone like Johnny and the more experienced players, does that play into their hands a little bit more?
In theory, that's the kind of narrative, isn't it? That the fact that he would have played these kind of formats previously. Don't forget, he had a tour card, so those extended matches he would be more used to. But again, anything can happen up here, and hopefully with the couple of weeks that the players have had to prep, then they would have been trying to do that longer format and maintain that consistency over a longer distance.
Well, we have just 3 games left to go in this year's ADC Global Championships. Somebody is 2 games away from picking up this magnificent trophy. Our first semi-final is a meeting between Johnny Haynes and Robbie Martin.
Now has a chance at tops for a ton topper. This for a spot in the semis. And Johnny Haynes sweeps his way past Niall Cullton. How troublesome it might prove to be. The answer is not troublesome whatsoever. Wants double 16. And he gets it.
Welcome back to the ADC Global Championship Finals. Coming to you from the Modus Live Lounge, Portsmouth! We are live on Pluto TV. It's now time for our first semi-final. Would you please welcome back from Swindon, it's the punk, Johnny Haynes! And now his opponent from Weymouth. It's Matt's Robbie Martin!
So this for a place in the ADC Global Championship final. Johnny Haynes against Robbie Martin. £20,000 guaranteed to the winner of this. Let's hand over to commentary. Laura Turner and Niall McCorn.
Well, there's a lot of smiling going on that stage. Didn't they just hear, Henry? This is a darts match for £20,000. But maybe they're thinking bigger. Maybe the oldest man left in the tournament, Johnny Haynes, is thinking about 60,000 and his name on the ADC Global Championship trophy. There will be a new name on the trophy this year. Reigning champion Devon Peterson didn't make it through to this latter stage of the competition. Might that name be Robbie Martin, who is well backed in the audience here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. There's a purple army in the crowd. He was impressive in his quarter-final victory. We've spoken about his scoring power. It was actually more so his finishing which enabled him to progress through to the final four. There were a couple of occasions for Robbie Martin, though, where he did leave bogey numbers. And we've joked about it, which is fine, because he won the match. But against Johnny Haynes, I'm sure the experienced campaigner would have had one eye on that, Laura, and thought, 100. If he slips up in this game, I'm going to grab him.
Yeah, and you just can't afford to keep doing it. Let's be honest, you need to make sure that when you come back to the hockey, if there is a potential to leave 83. A finish, that you actually leave it. Ball management has become more and more important, especially as the margins have got tighter and the players themselves have just got better.
96.
As for Robbie Martin, though, if he can find anywhere near the levels that we saw him qualified to get through to the quarterfinals in terms of scoring and couple it with the finishing that you were just mentioning from the last match, then
40.
This could be a tough test for Johnny Haynes.
$57.
Well, both of these players, goes without saying, have been used to winning in this tournament.
140.
Johnny Haynes won 5 of his 6 Phase 2 games in the round robin format.
131. Johnny required 98.
Only lost one leg, or one match I should say, in the entire tournament before reaching this quarter-final stage.
Game shot on the first
now
leg.
He's got the first leg of the semi-final. Johnny Haynes with a rather round the houses 98, but it worked out for him.
Second leg, Robbie to throw first. Game on.
Johnny Haynes walks around that stage as if he's kind of walking around a supermarket. He just looks so chilled, very nonchalant. But I'm sure, absolute disaster there for Robbie Martin. 2 in, I think the third was on target as well, but just the 60 points to show for it.
85.
Well, not quite a bruising follow-up from Haynes. Martin could have had a maximum.
59.
Now he's just got 59.
Neil Duff watching on all the action.
66.
Yeah, Robbie Martin. Very local player, just coming from Dorset. He's a very established part of the Dorset County team as well. Hence why I think he's been able to bring down a small army.
Half a Weymouth in the crowd.
90.
There they are. The purple parade. And they'll want a few more of those from their man, Robbie Martin.
Haynes trying to fire back.
100. Robbie requires 62.
Looking for the treble 10. Gets 30. That leaves 32. So double 16. And it's
on
one
the
apiece.
second leg.
And that
Robbie
is where he's
Martin.
been so good so far. We've only had 2 legs of this semi-final, but
Third
in the
leg,
quarter,
Johnny to Farouk
those
first.
2 darters,
Game
those pesky finishes that can sometimes be a player's undoing, he's been reliable on those.
100.
Oh, he was by far, in terms of finishing stats, the lowest of the 8 players that made it through. Just around 26.5% in terms of his checkout percentage.
131.
The next player after that was 10 points higher, and that was Johnny Haynes on 36%. We said it needed to improve, and wow, has it just.
40.
Well, we've only had 2 legs, but both players immaculate in those respective legs so far. Just needing the 1 dart at double to close out that particular
100.
leg.
$121.
We've seen Johnny Haynes post some mega numbers in this tournament. He's had an average of 111 plus in the group phase.
140.
He was checking out at 80% in that particular match as well. When he knits it together, it does feel effortless for him.
60.
But he just
Robbie
can't
require
find the treble 20
130.
with the same regularity that Martin has been able to in this match so far.
Yeah, the Johnny Haynes throw really is under threat.
58.
Only 58 points, but he's got that luxury of knowing he'll be back for 72.
$100. Robbie requires 72.
Looking for 48 first. Just a single 16. That gives him a dart.
Game's
And he
on.
only needs 1.
Robbie
And there's
Martin.
that roar again from the Purple Parade.
4th leg, Robbie to Farouk first.
Well, you said that
Game
the
on.
Haynes throw was under pressure, and pressure is told.
Yeah, now throwing first, looking to extend that lead. And yes, it's very early
60.
on in the match, but it's given Johnny Haynes a lot to think about. Not a single leg, gone over 15 darts so far.
140.
And the reason for that is because we've had a 98 from Haynes when he went 1-0 up, a 62 and a 72 in the
60.
preceding 2 legs. To this one from Robbie Martin.
$60.
Well, Johnny Haynes there had a real opportunity to perhaps just pull away slightly.
100.
Needs to find a way now to break Robbie Martin back.
That's a decent way to go about it.
80.
First maximum of this semi-final for Haynes. Leaves himself
97.
on
Johnny
1-2-1.
require 121.
He's got some room to manoeuvre with as well. He's going to go to the treble 17, misses that.
57.
So back upstairs to the 20.
You have players, they're so kind of old school in terms of their approach towards certain finishes that, to be fair, even if the 51 went, I imagine he might have just teed up for
60.
tops.
Johnny requires 64.
Treble for
Game's on the
double.
4th leg.
Bang, bang. Johnny
Johnny
Haynes back in it. 2-2.
Yeah, and that perfection on the finishing
5th leg, Johnny
continues
to
for
Farouk
both players.
first. Game on.
And they're all combination finishes as well. They're the important ones. You can see they're both players 2 from 2. But yeah, you mentioned the 98 from Haynes, the 72 from Martin, 62. If you can find them with regularity, you're going to be hard to beat.
100.
The problem is they're both finding them.
Yeah, you said that Haynes maybe needed to find something. That can be hard mid-match, just to search for something. Because you're
96.
conscious of the fact that it is a race to the finish line, effectively. But also, you know, sometimes there's a danger of just overcompensating, trying too hard. Robbie Martin doesn't ever look like it takes much difficulty to throw maximums because he does it so often.
96.
He really does. But both these players, they look so confident, very settled on the stage.
60.
And I'm always in awe of people when they come here on, you know, haven't played here perhaps previously or debutants in a certain tournament, and they manage to find these levels that you perhaps wouldn't expect. We always run with the narrative of experience counts for so much, but that is not always the case.
$91. Johnny Iroquois, 151.
Important last treble 17 there. No finish now for Haynes.
43. Robbie Iroquois,
yeah, this will be really frustrating for Johnny Haynes because he did find a break back to level at 2 apiece, and his throw once again is in jeopardy. And it
38.
is a miss on the outer ring.
Johnny Iroquois, 108.
Well, he hit a 109 in his quarter-final against Niall Cullton. Wants 108 in the semi-final. Oh, and he's just next door. Just next door.
Robbie Iroquois,
that
32.
might be a fine margin which defines this semi-final. Martin looking at double 16. He's burned 2, but spears it with the third. And that's perhaps the loudest roar we've heard. 3-2 in this semi-final.
Sick flag, Robbie to Faro first.
Johnny Haynes was just waiting in the back. That hurts when your opponent finds it last start in hand, and it is another breaker throw. And again, you feel this is advantage to Robbie Martin.
100.
Well, we mentioned that Martin made a few mistakes in his quarter-final and it didn't count for anything. He's been pretty much faultless, aside from a couple of missed doubles in that last leg. And you know, they were never going to be immaculate on the outer ring for the whole match, but he's not put a foot wrong so far. But credit to Haynes, because despite the fact that Martin has been the player to establish the lead, there's not a great deal in it. If you look at the numbers, averages are very similar. Robbie's just had double the amount of chances at the outer ring, and that's the difference so far.
85.
Yeah, it just highlights just the scoring prowess so far of Robbie Martin in comparison to Johnny Haynes.
140.
Haynes won't lie down. He doesn't know when he's done. He's one of those kind of players. Just dogged. But Robbie Martin's looking to pummel him to the ground here.
140.
Every 2 treble visit. Spurred on by the backing that he has here in Portsmouth.
100. Robbie Iroquois, 116.
Well, both down to a finish, but it's Robbie Martin with this 116 attempt. And yeah, has to shuffle along the oche, trying to open up a bit of an angle. And that is always the risk when you move. And yeah, first kind of sign of any real reaction from Martin.
Johnny
can't find that treble 18. That would have left him single dart double. It is a single dart double for Haynes, though. 101.
Johnny Haynes.
3 apiece now in this semi-final.
7 flag, Johnny.
Our first Tum-Plush finish of the semi-final.
A real back and forth between these two. The last 4 legs all going against the darts.
100.
You do tend to find that there are games like this. You have players that I would describe as reactive. So when they get broken, they manage to fire back and do it again. And you're seeing it from
95.
this duo. All Johnny will be thinking is, right, just keep him straight, steady tons,
100.
Get down to that finish and hold throat.
Well, that was our 6th Tum-Plus finish of the day, and half of them had been 101s.
97.
Can feel the tension. feel the anticipation every time Martin
100.
steps up to the oche. Haynes is probably quite happy with that. I'll just go about my business. I'll do my thing. All of the pressure can fall on your shoulders.
This is the flip side of having so many people in the crowd, that actually that does bring itself some added pressure, because you want to perform for yourself. But first and foremost, that is the goal. You want to win, but you also, you know that people have come there specifically to support you, so you want to do a good job.
$137.
Big visit from Martin. Haynes looking for back-to-back 101s. Single one for tops. He's done it again. Rinse and repeat. Johnny Haynes. Deja vu in this ADC Global Championship semi-final. And he looks like he doesn't care. I promise you he does.
Oh, he most certainly does, but yeah, Johnny Haynes is not necessarily always the easiest player to read, but he would have been delighted with repeating the feat of the 101.
140.
And Robbie Martin now, he has to try and stop Johnny Haynes from running away, because we mentioned it before, the real front runner, Johnny Haynes.
$85.
I was about to say, if he can find a way to score 260 points from there and just leave himself 101, he's probably going to go 5-3 up.
100.
Yeah, Martin first with the opportunity to
86.
level it back up.
Probably require 161.
Won't panic, can't finish, but we can try and set up
40.
Another kind of emphatic bounce out from the board for Robbie Martin.
$95. Robbie require 121.
Over to the 11s. Single 11 means bull.
96. Johnny require 95.
Not this time for Martin. Starts with the 25 rather than treble double on the 19s, which means he's just got one shot. At the ball, and he finds it somehow.
Johnny Haynes.
There was barely daylight there, but he managed to force it through. And Johnny Haynes now has a two-leg cushion.
That's massive from Johnny Haynes, as you say. Had to shuffle along the oche. Could not see a great deal of that bullseye, but the 101 back-to-back legs, then the 95. He's 5 from 6 on the outer ring, averaging around 83% in terms of the checkout percentages.
Another 2 legs needed. First to 7 in these semi-finals.
And although it's only a slightly extended format, again, it still means that Martin doesn't have to panic quite yet. Yes, he's going to have to try and work his way back in the match, but he has been there or thereabouts. It's just that finishing prowess from Johnny Haynes over the last few legs, which has seen him pull away.
And listen, we speak about this being the biggest prize pot on offer in the history of amateur darts.
71.
And the chance of being global champion is obviously tantalising, but for some, the money is just as important. And Robbie Martin applying the pressure, getting down to 92 with that excellent visit on the 19s there. For Johnny Haynes, he's in his 60s now. Could change the rest of his life. Brilliant. Superb stuff from Robbie Martin. The 92 goes. And we go ever closer to this game potentially going the distance.
Robbie to Ferofo.
Such an important leg, such a big finish from Robbie Martin, because it just stopped that little run that Johnny Haynes was on. He'd run to the last 3 legs, and now he has the darts to make it 5-all.
55.
The last 4 legs, we've had a 92 finish, a 95 finish, back-to-back 101 finishes. We had a 98 in the first leg of the game. These two are not messing around when it gets to the back end of legs.
58.
Oh, but this now, a real opportunity for Johnny Haynes. A 1-2 treble visit, and there will be some distance between him and Robbie Martin.
100.
One thing we know about Robbie Martin is he's got the capability to fight his way back into legs.
140.
Does he rescue it with that 2 treble visit?
Haynes needs a treble.
60.
Just overcooks it with the last dart.
This leg is a little bit like an arm wrestle. It's gone this way and then back the other way. Who's going to tumble first?
100.
Delicately poised, but I imagine Martin would have wanted a bit more out of that.
Haynes just wants a ton.
60.
It's 60.
Robbie require 148.
Tom would have left 101. He's already had it twice. Won't go out on 148 though. Robbie Martin needed at least a treble with the first dart.
43. Johnny
He
require
found a treble with the third, but not the one he would have wanted. It's a real nervy leg. It's an important passage of play.
Robbie require 105.
This feels big, and this place will go off if this goes in. 1 dart at double 18.
87.
And the stony silence tells you everything.
41.
Haynes to go on the hill in the semi-final. Big one. Can't hit tops. But a big double 10 for Johnny Haynes. Crucial in this semi-final.
11th leg, Johnny to Ferofo.
Well, it really has been a finishing masterclass from Johnny Haynes. He's 6 from 8, just the second dart that he's missed in this match. But it doesn't matter about missing with 1 or 2 darts. If you can do it with all the darts you've got left in your hand, you don't let your opponent back, and that's what Johnny's done so well.
$57.
Just going back through, trying to think of where Robbie Martin might have made mistakes in this game. But really, when you look at it,
44.
It is those numbers on the outer ring. 6 from 8, as you say, 75% for Johnny Haynes. Both players have been pretty consistent in matching each other in the scoring phase, but Haynes has just been absolutely clinical.
Yeah, it's just that that clutch finishing.
81.
Robbie Martin did have 2 darts in 2 different legs where he was then subsequently punished by Johnny Haynes. If there's any kind of mistake, whether you can call just missing 1 dart at a double a massive mistake, but they perhaps were potential game changers because that's what Johnny's done so well.
Roll of the eyes there from Robbie Martin as he walked his way to the back of the oche.
100.
Back to the start of the game where he lost 120 points to the floor, and maybe that was just symbolic of what was to come.
74.
What Johnny Haynes wouldn't do for, I'm going to say, a 2 treble visit here so he can get a hat-trick of 101s.
41.
Well, in the end, there's no trebles, and there's not even a big 20 in there with the final dart. Martin looking to capitalise. Drifts into the single 3.
80.
Can't rescue it with a treble 20. Straight ton will leave Haynes a 2-darter. And he's just assessing the landscape. Glances over at the scoreboard. A 140 is even better.
Probably require 153.
Yeah, and this 153 you feel's got to go, and it's not going to for Robbie Martin. Johnny Haynes is 6 from 8 on the
59.
finishing.
Johnny requires 60.
2 darts in hand. Tops is the target. Double 10. And double 10 is found by Johnny Haynes. Robbie Martin put up a real battle, but it was clinical finishing from the pump from Johnny Haynes that saw him come out a 7-4 victor. And he is our first player through to the finals. Now you see Johnny Haynes have a smile on his face. There's the tail of the tape. The key point, the 70% finishing, the 101 from Johnny Haynes, that sees him through to the final.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts, but he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Oki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone. I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Gage wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire body into that one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back to the ADC Global Championship, where Johnny Haynes is the first player into the final. He got the better of Robbie Martin by 7 legs to 4 before the break. Who's going to join him then in the £60,000 game? We're about to find out as Jack Twedle takes on Gary Stone.
Aim shot on the foreplay. Jack Twedle.
That's a beautiful guide for double 5. He follows it in and he's into the final 4.
Tops is the double of choice, and that's the reason why.
Stone has been soaring to the semis, and he sails through.
Welcome back to the ADC Global Championship Finals, coming to you from the Live Lounge, Portsmouth. We are live on Pluto TV. It's now time for our second semi-final. Firstly, would you please welcome, from Larkhall, Scotland, it's Stoney Gary Stone! And now his opponent, would you please welcome back from Swindon, it's Jack Twedle!
So here we go then. It is the second semi-final. Gary Stone up against Jack Twedle for the right to take on Johnny Haynes in the £60,000 game. Let's hand over to Laura Turner and Niall McCall.
Thank you, Henry. Gary Stone with a right old smooch on his way up to the stage. I think they call that a bit of winching north of the border, don't they? Different to a Scottish kiss, by the way. That's something completely different. We won't be seeing any of that. But if he performs like he did in his quarter-final, then Jack Twedle might be on the end of a Scottish kiss from Gary Stone, because he was superb. But then again, so was the man from Swindon. Although it took him 8 attempts to get over the line against the pre-tournament favourite, Tom Sykes went off today as the firm favourite with the bookmakers. He managed to get the better of him, and let's not underestimate the quality that these two players have, Laura. Two players who have shown already just this afternoon how good they can be.
Yeah, and I think the important thing for both of them, they just made such an emphatic start.
119.
I'll be looking for something very similar, but I've liked what I've seen from both two very different players in terms of their mannerisms up there. You'll know exactly what Gary Stone is thinking 51. And feeling at any given time. Jack Twedle just plays with a little bit more freedom.
95.
Yeah, for Jack Twedle, for me, it was all about the scoring phases in his win over Tom Sykes. He averaged in excess of 95.5, but he was only 6 from 20
60
on the outer ring, 30%. And that just it kind of demonstrates the fact that the scoring phases were good.
95.
Yeah, Jack has all of the right elements in his game. He's got the temperament as well. The fact he was missing match darts. He didn't go under. He didn't crumble.
137.
He still found a way to get over the line. And especially when Tom Sykes missed that opportunity to take us to a last leg decider, he was there to punish. And although he had opportunities before that he didn't take, it didn't get on top of him too much to the point where he completely fell apart.
Yeah, temperament is all important, especially in pressure moments.
55. Jack, you require 157.
Well, one thing we said about Gary Stone is that he plays his best darts when his chin's up and he's confident. Wrong treble for Twedle.
141.
Brilliant
Gary, you require
third dart.
35.
Puts real pressure on this 35. Just about gets the single 3. One dart, double 16.
3.
He's missed darts to win the opening leg.
Yeah, and already a little early reaction
16.
there from Gary Stone. Twedle looking to punish, and punish he does. It's an early breaker throw for Jack Twedle.
Second leg, Jack to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, the frustration for Gary will be, 1, he threw first in that leg, and 2, it felt like he was in complete control.
57.
Yeah, 16 darter from Twedle.
24.
Listen, we're only early in this semi-final, but I just wonder, we've got to give Gary time to get up to speed, but I wonder how much ammunition he might have used in that last game.
137.
He walked off the stage promising that there was more to come. He's obviously feeling confident, but
41.
Confidence is a really fragile thing, and when you're in a match and you don't have breaks, obviously you do have some long extended formats where you might have a break and then you can just kind of recalibrate and
60.
try and pull yourself together. You don't get that here. You have to be able to correct anything that is feeling wrong in the moment.
95.
Gary beat Johnny
58.
Barnes in the quarter-final. And so actually the gap between leaving stage and returning to stage has been shorter.
100.
And so you do get those adrenaline spikes where it's up and down. See it often where a player might have been on a 9 darter or hit a big
95.
finish, and in the next leg they're just not quite at it.
Yeah, someone's described it before, like a bit like trying to climb a mountain, and you can get that
95.
euphoric feeling when you get to the top, and
Jack, you require 94.
then you've just turned around and there's a whole other mountain to climb.
Well, misses
62.
Tops into the single 5,
Gary, you
which
require
could have posed a problem.
146.
But in the end, he's left himself 32, and he'll be hoping that Stone doesn't get close to this 146. And that hope might become
60.
a reality for Twedle. A little bit more moping from Gary
32.
Stone, contrasting to his quarter-final body language.
James on a second leg.
And now he's 2
Second.
behind because Twedle steps in and takes charge of this semi.
Third leg, Gary to throw first. Game on.
Chat to someone out in the crowd and a wipe of the glasses. So Gary Stone, you shouldn't be panicking yet. It is just one break of throw, but yeah, again, already early doors. It's the body language from Gary Stone, because this is not as easy as he was finding
57.
it in that win over Barnes.
This is what we were talking about before, where he's mentioned that he's been posting some really good numbers. And we saw evidence of that in the quarter-final, but
46.
haven't seen so much of that here. He's been getting annoyed with himself that he hasn't been showing it as regularly in these kinds of occasions.
100.
Well, statistically, he's been the best performer so far today. It was a 900 average. There was 6 180s hit by Gary Stone alone, and the checkout percentage around 60%. You keep
44.
posting numbers like that, then you won't get beat. And the frustration here for Gary will just be the fact that he's absolutely nowhere near that at the moment.
140.
Well, Gary won an ADC event on Boxing Day. A local event up in
59.
Lanarkshire, which is where the 44-year-old hails from.
This is also the brutality and the reality of darts. Just because you go up there and play one game and everything's going your way, doesn't always necessarily mean you're going to back it up time after time. It's consistency
40.
that's key.
It's also timing, isn't it? Performing at the right time, in the right moments. A certain green machine has made that somewhat a catchphrase, doing the right things at the right moments.
69. Gary required 25.
But it is accurate. And Gary Stone looking for his first leg. He's well off the double 12.
13.
And equally as far away from double 6. And yes, Jack is quite far back, but early signs for Gary Stone that he may be a little bit...
140.
You start to worry.
Gary required 12. Game show on the third leg.
Double 6. And Jack was just posing somewhat of a threat lurking in the background.
Jack to throw first.
On a very makeable 103. But that's a leg for Stone, and you just wonder how that might settle him down.
135.
Well, hopefully it will, because if both of them played to the form that we saw in the quarterfinals, we were expecting... You have these games, don't you, and then they start
60.
having these high expectations. And so far, neither player really able to live up to it.
99.
Well, he's lost 60 points there.
120.
That would have been a max for Stone. Twedle switching to the 19s in the last visit, a wise play, because it means he just needs a straight ton to get himself down to a finish. Won't happen now. He's drifted into the treble 5. Only a max would have left Stone a finish from there. Twedle still outside of range as well.
Already this is starting to have the feel of a match that if one player can
56.
just really get a hold, they could run away with it.
Well, just did some configuring there, Twedle, trying to work out what he really wanted.
60.
I can't believe that. I cannot believe that, and nor can Gary Stone. They looked precarious, and he threw at them anyway. It's not going to change anything. You can stand there as long as you want.
I can't believe he threw the last one in there. I agree with you. It did not look safely in that treble 20.
92.
This is where Gary Stone may just feel that the darting gods are conspiring against him.
He's left himself on a bogey as well. That's
Jack, you require 24.
It's one of those things. He's going to have to shake this off, whatever it is he's feeling at the moment, because Tweddle's not going to give him any mercy.
12.
Although he
Gary
does miss.
require 87.
Chance. Double 18. Now double 9.
78.
Well, he wasn't expecting a chance in this leg. He got one and he nearly took it.
Jack, you
Tweddle to
require
rip
12.
the hope away.
Game showing a fourth.
First up,
Jack
pins, double 6. And he re-establishes that 2-leg buffer.
Fifth leg, Gary to Faro first. Game
He
on.
genuinely cannot believe that that's happened, Gary Stone. You can still see him shaking his head.
140.
No, and if he's a player that does look at matches and reviews them, I know there are quite a few players that do like to do that. He may realise actually that
43.
dart was not securely in that treble 20.
100.
He must have thought it was, otherwise he wouldn't have thrown at it. But it almost felt like he didn't think it was anywhere close to falling out. I mean, he's well within his rights to walk up the oche and have a look.
$121.
How will that have changed things in that leg? We'll never know. What we do know is that Twedle will look to press home his advantage here.
58. Gary, you require 140.
Another one in there. Way off the mark. But again, can't allow this level of frustration
82.
to affect what's going on because he's got a comfortable lead.
He's still in a good position in this leg. Just a single to double combination
90.
left
Gary,
for
you require
Stone
58.
to get the deficit back to one leg.
38.
This double hitting has not been great from Gary Stone. Again, Twedle not in a position to punish, but Gary Stone could actually be
54.
3-1 up in this match
Gary,
himself.
you require
Instead, he finds
20.
himself 3-1 down.
Game showing a fifth leg. Gary Stone.
Well, he reduces the arrears to 3-2. And it wasn't the biggest of doubling disasters, missing tops
Sixth
there.
leg, Jack to
But he has
Faro
missed
first.
10
Game on.
darts at double in this semi-final. And against someone like Twedle, you struggle to see
91.
how you get out of this and get through to the final if you keep missing doubles at that rate.
58.
And I imagine the likes of a Tom Sykes and a Johnny Barnes are probably looking at this match thinking, well, they didn't do that against me. As a dart player
46.
that's happened to on several occasions, yeah, I can empathise.
137.
And it's just a case in point of what we were talking about before with Gary Stone. It's not necessarily a where did that come from, as Twedle piles in a 180. But more, why don't we see more of it?
93.
Because you know he's got that level. You know he's got those capabilities.
$58.
And it's another game. It just feels so it's tentative, but it's delicately balanced. And I just wondered, now we're getting closer to the final and the finish
41.
line, how much the prize money that's on offer
Jack, you require
is actually on the back of the minds of
126.
these players as well. Whoever does get through this match will be guaranteed at least £20,000.
100. Jack, you require 40. Game shown a 6th leg.
Clinical again
Jack
from Twedle. As you say, guaranteed 20k
7th leg, Gary
if you make it through to the final.
Game on.
60k if you win it, and the chance to be ADC Global Champion.
100.
Gary Stone, no doubt disappointed in his own performance, but Twedle is just motoring on, doing what he's been doing all tournament, which is staying consistent, more often than not staying straight. He's 50% on his doubles as well so far.
60.
He's demonstrating what you mentioned previously in the fact that he is that calm and composed performer. Doesn't
60.
really seem to kind of get too... It just seems unflappable up there, even if things aren't going his way.
57.
Jack Twedle beat Mervyn King 5-1 in Milton Keynes back in May. That was to win his maiden Challenge Tour title. Finished 7th on the Challenge Tour Order of Merit.
81.
Ahead of the likes of Jurjen van der Velde, Bo Greaves, Scott Waits. 2025
85.
was a really successful year, Jack Twedle, and he might start the next calendar year with an even bigger prize.
60.
Has reached the quarterfinals of the World Youth Championship as well in the past in the PDC, Jack Twedle. Took a break from darts
140.
for personal reasons and came back 3 or so years ago, and what a justified decision it's been, even if this tournament doesn't go his way.
49.
Has the advantage
Gary
in this
require
semi-final,
59.
but Stone has the opportunity to pull it back to 4-3. It's another miss of the big number. Still salvageable, but he's only got 1 dart for tops. And that's all he
Game shown a
needs.
7th leg.
And Gary Stone makes it 4-3.
Gary
8th
Stone,
leg,
though,
Jack for
he's
first.
still
Game on.
looking to break Jack Twedle. Gary Stone missed 3 darts at a double in the very first
100.
leg, the leg which he threw first in, and had been basically on the back foot chasing ever since. He's had break chances, break opportunities, but hasn't been able to take them.
There's a snarl on the face of Stone.
180.
And it sees him throw another 180.
57.
Yeah, 180 number 7 for the day for Gary Stone, but the first in this match.
100.
Well, you mentioned just there about taking opportunity, and it's apt, especially when you're talking about
100.
Jack Twedle, because he actually finished 4th in his Phase 1 group. But my word, is he making the most of it.
Yeah, had to qualify, didn't he? He was on equal points with 3 other players, and it was all about leg difference.
44.
But then
Gary,
going into that second
102.
phase of qualification, he was on equal points again, and again had to rely on leg difference. Sometimes
62.
you just wonder, you know, if you get through in that kind of manner, you do wonder to yourself, perhaps maybe it was just fated that you can go deep in a tournament.
100. Gary, you require 40.
Well, Stone has found a little
Game
patch
shiny
here,
8th leg.
and he's found
Gary
himself
Stone.
level in this semi-final. But the way he was sulking about the stage,
9th
you would have
leg,
thought he
Gary
was on the
2
cusp
for
of defeat.
first. Game on.
Now he has to throw to go 5-4 in front.
Well, something has definitely awoken in Gary Stone. 2 consecutive legs, 2 maximums.
140. 58.
Another big visit from Twedle. The biggest of the bunch.
41.
We saw phases like this from Jack Twedle in his win over Tom Sykes. One leg which contained a 180, a 140 and a 177.
61.
Not quite as emphatic as that, but he will be first to have an attempt at a finish.
180. Jack, you require 120.
Timing from Stone. Twedle wants to make it temporary.
80.
Looking at tops.
Gary,
misses the 120.
42.
Gary Stone to go
Game
into the
shot at
lead
ninth
for the
leg.
first time
Gary Stone.
in this semi-final.
10th leg, Jack to throw first.
And the biggest improvement, yes, we've seen better scoring from both of them, but the biggest improvement for me is Gary Stone in winning those last 3 legs, hasn't missed a dart at a double.
100.
That's been key because that was the element that was letting him down early on in the match.
57.
And you'll notice the body language again
57.
of Gary Stone has changed because there's a bit more of a spring in the step, a bit more focus.
40.
Probably been a few too many of those, though, in all fairness. The fact he's wrestled his way back into this contest is something that speaks volumes of the quality of Gary Stone, but there have been a few too many bogus visits, a few too many of those 41s and trebleless turns at the Oki, and just have a slight issue with the scoreboard at the moment, so that will need to be recalibrated. And I just wonder that in a game of this magnitude, 20,000 on the line, how this might change things. We're mid-leg here. Both players obviously understand that things like this can happen.
Yeah, both players dealing with it differently. Obviously, Jack unable to take his darts out of the board until the referee has called the score. They're just adjusting something up there.
How disruptive could this be in terms of rhythm and focus? And
96.
And finally, we get the score called of 96. We're able to get Jack's darts out of the board, and we're back to where we should be.
Yeah, it really can. It can disrupt rhythm, absolutely, because it's not something you're used to. It can break the focus more than anything else. And if you're the player that's in the ascendancy, then yeah, you just have to try and just remain as calm and focused as possible. But for Jack, it doesn't seem to make much odds.
59. Jack, you require 108.
Tops.
Game
Brilliant
shot
from
at
Jack
10th leg.
Twedle.
Jack Twedle.
108 taken out with ease.
11th leg, Gary to throw first. Game on.
Level once again.
$140.
Well, Gary Stone was having a bit of a purple patch, and now it looks like it's Jack Tweddle's turn. Maximum number 3 for Jack.
109.
Maximum number 4 for Gary.
$44.
Well, that 108 for Jack Tweddle.
134.
His first ton plus finish today. Didn't get one in his quarter-final.
100.
Has one here to level
Gary
the score.
47.
5 apiece. Stone looking to go back into the lead. Double 10.
27.
A long way from his target. Screws his face up, but he's going to have more.
92. Gary, you require 20.
To retake the lead.
Game shot on the 11th
Second
leg.
dart of asking. Gary Stone does pin double 10. I will say, like, whoever does come through this contest, nothing has felt easy for either of them.
Leg, Jack
how much it
2
takes
for
out of
first.
you as a
Game
player.
on. $60.
Well, Gary Stone knows if he wins
100.
this, he's in the Global Championship final. Just one more leg. That's all he needs. He's trying to pump himself up. Twedle is more than aware of the situation as well. Both players guaranteed at least £8,000 for reaching the semi-finals.
58.
The winner of this contest will make it through to the final and be guaranteed at least 20,000. So effectively, this is a 12 grand game of darts. It's a 12 grand leg as
93.
far as Stone's concerned. And Twedle is hoping to catch him up.
It's unbelievable prize money on offer.
140.
Gary Stone just trying to make a bit of a charge for the finish line. But back comes Jack Twedle. Evens up that 180 count.
57. Jack, you
How
require
quickly
110.
these matches can turn around. I opted for the ball to try and leave tops.
65. Gary, you require 146.
Well, he can't finish now, this 146.
134.
45
Jack,
for
you require
Twedle
45.
to take us all the way. Double 10. And he gets it. And we do get a last leg decider in the semi-final. £12,000 for one leg of darts.
The 13th from
Who
final
will hold
leg.
their nerve?
Gary to throw first.
The Scotsman Gary Stone will throw first.
Oh, yeah, that must be unbelievable tension. You can feel it in the crowd.
99.
Hear a pin drop. Everyone focused on the action on the oche.
58.
And it's a trebleless start for Jack Twedle, who is throwing second in this deciding leg.
96. $100.
He'll be disappointed with that because that first dart really inviting as it hit the treble 20 bed. But is it enough to have rattled Gary
42.
Stone?
$140.
Big visit from Twedle.
$39.
Shoddy visit from Stone.
Gary Stone's had to really battle to stay within this match. Then it was Jack Twedle who found himself on the
95.
back foot. Very little to split this pair.
$40. Jack, you
Just
require
when he
108.
didn't want it. Twedle wants 108. He's got 48. That leaves tops. What a way to win it for Twedle. He's through to the final. Well, Gary Stone might have surged through to the semis, but that was a scrap. And Twedle takes it. He stomps his way off the stage, but what a way to wrap it up. A 108 for £12,000. He's through to the global final for a shot at 60 grand. A last leg decider is taken by the man from Swindon, Jack Twedle. He wins 7-6.
So we've got a final at the ADC Global Championship, and it is a meeting between Johnny Haynes and Jack Twedle. They've come all over the globe. They've come from North America, South Africa, Kenya, but it's two blokes from Swindon that are jazzing it out for the £60,000 top prize as Haynes and Twedle go head to head. That's after Johnny Haynes got the better of Robbie Martin by 7 legs to 4. Jack Twedle got the better of Gary Stone by 7 legs to 6. Laura Turner's with me here in the studio to look back at the 2 semi-finals that we've just seen and the drama, particularly in that second game between Jack Twedle and Gary Stone. Gary was 6-5 up in that semi-final. He didn't get a dart in the end to go on and win it, but £12,000 is the difference between winning and losing that semi-final, and that's going to take a little while to get over, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Although he didn't get a double, I think he hit a massive 2 treble visit to leave himself on a double at that 6-5 up. But yeah, you have to give credit to Jack there. He dug in when he really needed to, because it was a game that just went back and forth. It yo-yoed between the two, but yeah, this here, the winning moment, the second 108 of the match. There was a bit of faffage, wasn't there, between Twedle and Tom Sykes in terms of Jack being able to get across the line. Well, there was absolutely none of it there, and it had to be perfect from Jack Twedle at the end. But yeah, full credit, and as you say, two guys that are from Swindon contesting it out for that all-important prize.
In terms of Jack Twedle in that semi-final, what did he do so right, particularly because Gary Stone at times, his scoring was an absolute barrage?
Oh, yeah, there was a real purple patch from Gary because, yeah, we know about his scoring. His doubling was off, especially in that first segment of the match, but then that started to go right as well, and then he wrestled a lead. The one thing I like about Jack is he just seems so composed up there. No matter what situation he finds himself in, then, you know, he just seems to be able to remain quite calm and in control of the situation, whereas we could see from Gary at times he was starting to let that frustration just get the better of him.
Well, 108 was very much the checkout that got Gary Stone's number. And for him, it's another major disappointment in another major tournament for him. And I know it's not the story that he wants us to keep telling, but he just keeps putting himself in these situations, and he must hope one day he's going to get it right.
Yeah, and he had an emphatic quarter-final, didn't he? Just averaged just under 100. He was 60% on the finishing. So, yeah, we know that he's got those levels, but it's doing it again and again and doing it consistently. Sometimes players just want to prove a point a little bit too much, and you forget about the job in hand. But I also think probably for a lot of these players in the back of your mind, it was, like you say, a £12,000 kind of spin on that particular match. It all came down to one leg, the difference between knowing that you're guaranteed £8,000 or guaranteed 20.
Bounce outs didn't help, did it?
No. And there was that one where he had 2 in the treble 20, and we all thought, wow, that looks loose. Yeah, this is the one here. It didn't look like it was comfortably in, and the fact that you go for it again, perhaps Gary just wasn't aware of kind of how loosely they were in the bed.
A dart player that we both know very well would say, how's your luck there? In terms of the first semi-final, Johnny Haynes getting over the line against Robbie, I suppose it was kind of similar to his quarter-final game, wasn't it? Once Johnny got himself in front, it just felt like there was only ever going to be one winner.
Well, we called him a front runner before, and he's proven it 2 games in a row. And yeah, he's looked really likely this whole ADC Global Championship, and still looking likely again. But Robbie Martin, you have to say, really was putting in some big finishes. It was like a finishing masterclass from both of them, but it was Johnny who just was maintaining it for longer. I think he finished on 75% or maybe 80% when it came to the finishing in the end. But yeah, it was very good from Johnny.
He was 3-2 down in that game, and he just reeled off 5 on the spin. And particularly now we get to the final, which is going to be a slightly longer format, it may well be players that can get on runs that might be that might well be the telling difference.
And that run that he had, he was I think there was 2 101 finishes in there. There was a 98, a 95. There was this whole period of just those kind of pop finishes, for want of a better word. That maybe they're not big fishes. They're not 167s, 164s, but they are so important. And the fact that he could do it so clinically, because Robbie was doing the same thing back to him earlier on in the match. So the fact that he could find those combo finishes and do it with so much regularity, that's what got him across the line.
And it was the 101s in back-to-back legs from 3-2 down to put himself 4-3 up that just gave him that difference. And as you say, the combination finishing had those two. He had a 95, a 98, and that just chips away at opponents, doesn't it?
You expect your opponent to get a few, obviously. You know that they've got the capability, but when you see them do it again and again and again, and you're denied the opportunity to come back to the board, that's when it starts to hurt, and that's what Johnny did.
In terms of Robbie Martin into the semi-finals of the Global Championship, of course he'd be disappointed not to progress further, but he could be so pleased with the campaign that he's put in this tournament.
He's had a fabulous campaign. You know, as you said before, when players come here, it's his first time at the ADC Global Championship. So the fact that he's here, he's done that, he's made it not just to the quarters, he's made it through to the semi-final in front of his friends, his family. He had the biggest crowd in here. So much you can take from it.
We've got so much darts on Pluto. This is not a bad way to start, though, is it? The Global Championship final.
No, not at all. It's a brilliant way to start. So, 2026, there's going to be so much going on. There always is here.
It's going to be a very, very busy year here. We've got 50 weeks worth of live darts here on Pluto TV, which includes another edition of the Global Championship. We've got the ADC Tour Championships for the men and women as well later on in the year, and plenty of action as well when it comes to the Modus Super Series. Take a look at this.
League of Legends winner is the Owl, Richie Halford.
As he is the wizard, Simon Whitlaw.
Gemma Haynes, Lisa Ashton.
Bullseye says yes. Bullseye's got!
Double trial for another finish.
It's the Netherlands! The Republic of Ireland!
Oh, hello! What was that about double start?
No, you can see.
I forgot.
The winner, a double trouble 2, is the born Robert Morton!
Yes! Just what the doctor ordered.
That is special.
The African warrior, Devon
And our live darts continues tomorrow when we have the Seniors Showdown. That gets underway 9:30 tomorrow morning here on Pluto TV. We're going to see Steve West, who actually won the last week here in 2025. That was a double start week. He's going to be in action in Group A alongside Neil Duff, Richie Howson, Robert Thornton, Michael Huntley and Richard Rowland. He'll be home for a couple of W's this week. Group B sees our very own Trina Gulliver alongside Paul Hogan and Simon Whitlock, which means that he's not going to be at Q School. Group C, Terry Jenkins, the Bull is back. Cannot wait to watch him in action alongside Martin Turner. And Kevin Bates has actually been putting his hand to the commentary work on the radio over the last couple of days. Neil Duff's actually going to be here tomorrow. He's in the crowd today. And I'll tell you what, there's some fun about the Seniors Weeks, isn't there? I mean, for the likes of Neil, Steve West, Richie Howson, I suppose there's an opportunity to rekindle old memories, isn't there?
Yeah, and it's great for us as well because we get to see players again that, we grew up watching. So to get to see them all compete, it's, kind of we'd like to see the vintage performances. But as you say, it's great for the players as well. I'm excited. I'm intrigued to see how it all goes. So, and the fact that Neil Duff is here, in the crowd, just lapping up the atmosphere once again, I'm sure he's going to want to make it through to Saturday night.
However, before that, we've got a small matter of this trophy to play for in a £60,000 game between Johnny Haynes and Jack Twedle, the biggest game of both players' careers so far. And I suppose as well, it's a meeting between two players that A, know each other off by heart, and B, you add in the fact that you've got two players at two different ends of the experience scale. Johnny Haynes is in his 60s. Jack Twedle is a man who's just turned 30. They're in two different parts of their career, but an opportunity to lift their biggest ever title.
And that's got to be the focus. Obviously, Jack's proven, that time and time again, that even when his back's against the wall, he's just managed to find a way in this tournament. Whereas Johnny Haynes, it has been slightly more straightforward in terms of the progress, both in the kind of round-robin group stages all the way through to today. But yeah, I don't know, maybe the fact that they know each other so well, does that play an element in the match as well?
Well, that was what I was going to ask you.
Sorry.
Because this is the biggest game both players have ever played. Now, If you were in their shoes and you're playing in a game like this, for a trophy like this, would you want somebody that you know the ins and outs of, somebody that you know very well, or do you want a complete unknown because you can just focus on your own thing?
Yeah, I think the latter. I mean, obviously you play whoever is in front of you ultimately, but I think the fact, especially if you're playing someone who you would regard as a friend as well, someone that you know well, someone that you like, when there is this much on the line, the trophy, the check, everything, sometimes, yeah, you say you leave it, at the side of the jockey, and you do ultimately, but it can be sometimes a bit more taxing to play a friend.
And does it also add to the air of edginess and nervousness? Because both players, I know Johnny Haynes is a cool customer, but even he's going to be feeling it backstage.
Oh, yeah, just because of the prize money, I think, and the fact that they become the ADC Global Champions. So there is that element of things. But also, if you're the more experienced in Johnny Haynes, for example, and maybe you've got the better of Jack on the last few occasions locally, do you feel like that gives you that extra confidence? I remember Charlie Manby, when he won Champions Week, he lost his games to Carl Wilkinson, and that was Carl with the bragging rights every single time. Has it got that element to it as well?
So if we break the game down in terms of how both players have played today, who goes off favourite in your eyes, and what do you think is going to be the key to winning this game? Remember, it's a longer format, 1st to 9.
Yeah, it's a longer format. From what I've seen from both of them, I've seen patches from Jack which have been absolutely astronomical. He can string together those few legs. If he can do that more consistently, then he's going to be tough to beat. But the finishing from Johnny throughout, coupled with the scoring, I don't know if he's just got the slight edge in this one.
And it does feel like the type of game that's just going to ebb and flow beautifully.
You hope so. They've both got a nice rhythm, a nice pace, so hopefully that will be conducive to the best starts.
Here we go then. It is the biggest game in the ADC calendar. It's the Global Championship final. Devon Peterson was the first ever player to pick up this championship 12 months ago. Who is going to join him on the Roll of Honour? We are about to find out. It is Johnny Haynes against Jack Twedle for £60,000 and Global Glory live next.
He will be disappointed with that. He wanted to have one dart.
requires 20.
Graham Usher wins the first game of Champions Night, and it was an absolute ripper. He hit one of them on tops. He missed one on double 12. Which one is it? It's the hit!
Outside opportunity for Andy Hamilton. Van der Velde should be getting a match start again here. He's already had one. Mr. Dart at tops for the match to win 4-1. And he Dart at double 16 gets the job done there for Jurgen van der Velde. He gets over the line with a 4-2-6.
Did he go for tops, or did he just overshoot the single? Jimmy doesn't care. Jimmy just looks to eat this up to make the semi-finals for the second time. Adam Gablas has been eliminated. Keep us guessing. This time he's trying to leave double 18. He knows best, and he takes the lead. He's 2 darts away
requires 86.
from a Super Series final. He's 1 dart away. He doesn't need any more darts. Jeff Smith makes the Series 11 final. Is Usher losing his cool a little bit here?
Oh, absolutely. Right now, I'd say the head's gone. And you don't have long to recover. It is very, very short format darts. Vansky's halfway to victory.
He only needs one more. Jimmy Vansky is yet again into a Modus Super Series final.
Flashback vibes. Can Jimmy Vansky do the same? Just needs the one treble here on the 19s. Finds it. For the ball.
Oh, unlucky. A lot of pressure on it. He's going to split it. 2 darts for double fourth in a match.
Game! Go! And the Modus Super Series champion, Jeff Smith!
Here we go. It is the biggest fixture in the ADC calendar. It is time for the Global Championship final. For one of Johnny Haynes and Jack Twedle, they'll pick up the £60,000 check and they can call themselves the ADC Global Champion. Both players are backstage. Lewis Jones will bring them onto the stage in a couple of moments' time. Here we go. It's the ADC Global Championship Grand Final.
He's done it again. Rinse and repeat. Johnny Haynes.
2 darts in hand. Tops is the target. Double 10. And double 10 is found by Johnny Haynes.
Tops. Brilliant from Jack Twedle.
Jack Twedle.
48. That leaves Tops. What a way to win it for Twedle. He's through to the final.
Welcome back to the action. The ADC Global Championship Finals coming to you from the Modus Live Lounge, Portsmouth! We are live on Pluto TV. It's now time for our final. Both finalists from Swindon competing for a staggering £60,000. It's now time to meet the first finalist. Would you please welcome, it's the punk, Johnny Haynes! And now his opponent, would you please welcome, it's Jack Twedle!
Here we go. It is the biggest game ever played here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. £60,000 to the winner and the title of ADC Global Champion. Let's head over to the commentary box then one final time and join Laura Turner. But first, Niall McCorm.
On the 1st of December, the ADC Global Championship began. Almost 50,000 darts have been thrown, and here we are. 2 blokes from Swindon dueling it out for the crown of ADC Global Champion and £60,000. Never before in amateur darts has that much money been on offer for one game. 20 grand to the runner-up, which means that this match is worth £40,000. Jack Twedle has taken out the bookies' favourite before today, Tom Sykes. Stumbled a little bit in that match. Needed 8 match darts to get the job done. Johnny Haynes, the oldest man in the field, 61 years of age, with darts probably almost as old as Jack Twedle is. But he has been consistent, and he has found himself in the final by performing well from start to finish. Doesn't matter whether it's round robin or knockout. Both players have earned their spot here And even though both players have played on bigger stages than this, they've never played for as much money as this, Laura, and the nerves will be jangling.
Understandably so, and as Henry and I were alluding to, they obviously know each other well, both from the same neck of the woods, as you mentioned. And I don't know if you saw Johnny Haynes just at the start of that match. I think his arms were aloft and he was just cheering the fact that it was
42.
Swindon up on the stage. I think the crowd thought it was quite amusing despite some kind of pantomime booing.
We've had Africans, North Americans, we've had Europeans step off the ferry
60
at Portsmouth Ferry Port, walk to the venue and get a ferry back to Europe after they've been knocked out of the group stage. We have seen people come from far and wide,
100.
but it is two men from Wiltshire who in only a few minutes' time,
58.
one of them will be crowned the ADC Global Champion. Last year it was Devon Peterson. This year it will be a different name, either
60.
Haynes or Twedle. And in these early knockings, it is Jack Twedle, the younger of the pair, who is first down to a finish.
100. Jack, you require 140.
Yeah, it really feels like an edgy start from both players, and understandably so. And I guess when you do know someone, you run the risk of
30.
just maybe showing them a little bit
Johnny,
more
you require
respect than
157.
you need to when you're in a competitive match.
60. Jack, you require 110.
Jack Twedle booked his place in the final with a ton plus finish. Can't start the final with one.
40.
Haynes
Johnny,
in his
you require
semi-final took
97.
out 98 in the first leg to go 1-0 up. He's looking at 97 here. And Tops has been good to him today. Not this time, but double 10 could be. And he misses
77.
that as well. So it's back to Twedle
Jack,
for
you require
70 and a 1-0 lead, if he can take it.
You feel both players really are searching for
James on the
something, and
first
maybe
leg.
that's the
Jack
spark
Twedle.
that Jack Twedle needed. A 70 finish. It's an early breaker throw.
Second leg, Jack to throw first. Game on.
Well, Jack Twedle only returned to
96.
playing darts in 2023 after taking some time away from the game for personal reasons. And if in around 40 minutes
60.
time he stood on that stage, £60,000 richer and with his name on the ADC Global Championship trophy, I think it's fair to say he'd be pretty
140.
pleased with how those last 3 years have gone upon returning to the sport.
Yeah, and he's actively said, he was a player that when he was younger, he was playing on the development tour. He
140.
participated in the PDC Youth World Championship, and he put a lot of pressure on himself. And now he likes to play with a little bit more freedom.
83.
You mentioned that hiatus he had away from the sport, and since coming back, that's how he likes to play.
$61.
Well, Johnny Haynes, one of only 3 players to have averaged more than 90 for the whole
60.
tournament out of the last 8 that we had beginning today's action at the Modus Live Lounge in Portsmouth. But you get the feeling that
81. Jack, you require 122.
we might see the scoring improve as this final rolls on, but it probably won't come down to it as much as it will the clutch finishing.
82.
Which is something that Haynes has been exceptional on, especially today, but through this whole tournament.
And left himself on a bogey number, and that's even more frustrating when those first 2 go in the treble. You think, why couldn't I have just left the 160?
Jack, you require 40.
There's another chance here, Jack to double his lead,
James
and
on
there's
a
no
second
mistake
leg.
on the doubles
Jack
for
Twedle.
Jack Twedle.
In a game
Third
of this
leg, Johnny
magnitude,
to throw first.
the
Game on.
experience of Johnny Haynes counted for not a lot. Leaving himself a bogey number, couldn't finish. Tweddle has capitalised.
140.
And it just goes to show it doesn't matter how many darts you've thrown on the big occasion, it can get the better of you. It's still early doors, but a little glimpse has been shown to Tweddle. And he stuck the crowbar in and is attempting to boot the door open.
Yeah, ultimately, this whole tournament for Jack
83.
Twedle, it hasn't been straightforward at all. And just look at today, he's had to come through Tom Sykes and Gary Stone and a last leg decider in that semi-final.
94.
But he's navigated it perfectly.
$100. $59.
It is funny how things can work out. Jack Twedle, heading into the quarterfinals, had won the fewest legs of all of the players left in the field. He finished 4th in his phase 1 group. But yet here we are, and he stands on the stage looking to make himself £60,000 richer.
134. Johnny requires 38.
Decides to split rather than going straight for
Game shown at
double
30.
19, and that's
Johnny
the right
Haynes.
choice from Johnny Haynes. And he gets his first leg of the final.
Full flag
You will
Jack
see
2
that
for
from
Rothurst.
Johnny Haynes.
Come on.
If he's got 3 darts in hand and he's on a double he doesn't like, he will change it to one he does. More often
57.
than not, the outcome is a positive one.
Well, you'll notice in the crowd there are
85.
a bunch of purple shirts. They're all Robbie Martin supporters. Robbie's been knocked out of this tournament.
140.
And so the atmosphere was probably at its crackling best when Robbie was in action.
85.
I would say it's great to see so many of the supporters of the other players, though, still remaining in the crowd. They want to see out this tournament.
96.
There they are, the purple parade.
$125.
Be the Swindon squad that aren't too fussed who wins this.
44.
Johnny Haynes. 2 in, 86 left. Tries for the treble 18, but he's in a much more manageable position when it comes to the finishes.
Needed 2 treble 19s for a shot at the ball for 164.
Johnny requires 68.
Haynes has 68 for a level final. Double 4 he needs. He's dropped his 3rd dart, but can he use that 2nd one as a marker? Can he see enough? Yes, he can. Uses it perfectly. 68 taken out, and it takes us 2-2 in the final.
5th leg, Johnny 2 for Rothurst. Game on.
And it was those kinds of finishes, like 68.
60.
I saw him hit 2 ton-plus finishes back-to-back as well earlier today. It's those 2 darters in particular, Laura, that he's feasted off so far today, Johnny Haynes.
Yeah, the finishing has been spectacular, especially in that semi-final. Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think
43.
the checkout percentage was around about the 80% mark for Johnny Haynes.
Yeah, he had 2 101s back-to-back, a 95 outshot, a 98 to start the game. Jack Twedle isn't bothered about that. He's bothered about himself. And he gives us our first maximum of this ADC Global Final.
140.
He's looking to follow in.
Jack Twedle, when he finds that first dart, he has a tendency to follow it through. And again, he's first to a finish.
$60. Jack, you require 164.
To be expected, the game played in good spirits.
100.
Well, Twedle has the chance here.
68.
With
Jack, you require 64.
To go back in front. Well, wrong side of the wire.
24. Johnny, you require 130.
And can he be punished by Johnny Haynes? It was a big slip, and another one in there. Leaves double 5 for a 130 checkout.
On the fifth leg.
Johnny Haynes punishing that miss for Jack Twedle. How often do we hear them say, make sure of the single number, and it's the third consecutive leg for Johnny Haynes.
100. $140.
We said it's quite often all about timing. Well, that 130, that would have hurt.
97.
It's his 4th ton plus finish of the day. A 109 in the quarters.
55.
2 101s back-to-back in the semi-final. And now a 130, punishing the Twedle error to put himself 3-2 to the good.
134.
Jack making good inroads, and leg number 6. Yet to see a big fish.
94. Jack, you require 170.
How he'd love to reply with a 170. Perhaps a little bit of a rush of adrenaline.
125.
Well, he got the 2 trebles. Just in the wrong order. Speaking of 2 trebles, 140 from Haynes.
Jack, you require 45.
Means that Twedle really wants to take this 45.
5.
And he's missed.
Johnny
Twice at
requires
tops.
72.
68 and a 130 in the last 2 legs. Has he got 72 as well? Oh,
Haynes
yes,
on
he
the sixth
has.
leg.
Johnny
Johnny
Haynes.
Haynes. 7th leg, Johnny to Faro first. Game on.
The old boy is on one. He leads 4-2.
Yeah, and this is what Johnny Haynes did so well in dispatching of Robbie
60.
Martin in the semi-final.
$100.
Just that combination finishing. And what will be frustrating to Jack, obviously, he went into that 2-0 lead. It was looking very much like it was going to go the way of
95.
Twedle. But he had chances in those last 2 legs, 2 at tops, and then that slip by missing the single number in the leg before.
100.
Well, Johnny Haynes was 2-1 down to Robbie Martin and then 3-2 down in his semi-final. And that's when he went on that surge.
57.
3 sizable finishes on the bounce to basically wrestle back the advantage of the semi-final and put him in pole position to be where he is now, which is in the lead in the Global Championship final.
Yeah, wave of the hand there for Johnny Haynes, but he's left 68 once again. Jack Twedle.
74.
Well,
Johnny
out of the leg.
68.
Double 4. This could be deja vu.
64.
And this time he's the wrong side of the
Jack,
double bed wire.
170.
This would be something from Twedle, but he can't get it started. He's a long way from his target.
50.
Awkward double 2 though for Johnny
Johnny
Haynes.
require 4.
But this would put him in such a comfy position in this race. To
Haynes
9
on
and he
the
gets
7th
it.
leg. Johnny Haynes.
Johnny Haynes leads 5-2 as the players will leave the stage for a break. He has shown every single ounce of his experience on that stage so far. He's more than double Jack Tweddle's age. Both players 50% on their doubles, but it's Johnny Haynes with some 2 darts and 3 dart finishes that have really given him the advantage. He leads at the break, and we will be back for the rest of this ADC Global Championship final after this.
54. Charlie Maguire, 164. 44. 32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts, but he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go!
Couldn't get the job
Got
done.
in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Johnny Haynes, the 61-year-old from Swindon. He's not just in the final 8, he's in the final 2. And he's into the lead against a fellow Swindonian, Jack Twedle, in this race to 9 in the final of the ADC Global Championship. It all started at the beginning of December, and here we are. Sunday, the 4th of January, and someone in just a few minutes' time will be crowned
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. 8th leg, Jack 2 for
global champion, the biggest prize pot ever on offer in amateur darts. And the person who is looking more likely than not to be crowned global
100.
champion is the old stager, Johnny Haynes. But there's nothing tired about how he's been throwing.
44.
A 130 finish. The pick of his outshots so far. It's been those 2 darters which have been bread and butter for him
96.
today that have put him in this position. And he has a commanding control of this final.
Yeah, there was just a couple of mistakes before the break
100.
from Jack Twedle, which just allowed Johnny Haynes to pull away. Jack Twedle, so far today, hasn't really found himself
140.
in this kind of position. He's been able to ascertain quite a solid lead when he came through Tom Sykes in the quarterfinals, and then
85.
beat Gary Stone. Did go to a last leg decider, has had to kind of weather some adversity.
133.
Yeah, that was a war, wasn't it, between Jack Twedle and Gary Stone in that semi-final. And he finished it in some
40.
style, Jack Twedle.
Jack, you require 32.
This to pull closer to Johnny Haynes, and he needs to. And he
Game
does.
shiny 8th leg.
With his second
Jack
up,
Twedle.
finds double 16. And the score now 5-3.
9th leg, Johnny to Farofa.
I love this. Johnny Haynes, I think his flight has come out. He cannot see to put it back in, so he's asked Jack to do it for him.
Just checking to see that, no, Jack hasn't put it on backwards.
60.
I mean, that is a temptation. I think I'd do it just for a joke, but then you'd have to tell him, wouldn't you?
95.
The pair of these, you know, playing as if there isn't £60,000 on the line.
There is a sense of celebration in the air, no
140.
question. As you say, two players who are very familiar with each other have made it the distance here.
100.
Haynes has this 5-3 lead, but Jack Twedle was 2-0 up in this
45.
final. Wonder whether that might be playing on his mind a touch.
136.
Well, it looks like the break came at a perfect time for Jack Twedle because he's come off the back of it and he's looking like he's found that scoring power once again.
60. Jack,
down to a 170 after just 9.
$105.
I think that's the third time in this global final that someone's been left on 170.
60. Jack, you require 65.
Outer ball leaves tops. Good
Game
from
shot
Jack
on
Twedle.
ninth.
Really good.
Jack Twedle.
And the first two legs after this break have gone the way of the 30-year-old. It's now 5-4.
Jack to Faro first. Game on.
Yeah, back-to-back 14 dart legs for Jack Twedle. Looking to
45.
even up at one apiece, but an early opening for Johnny Haynes.
$100. $97. $60.
You felt there was a bit of an opening for Johnny, but Jack
55.
Twedle was just pegging him back once again. It's a real kind of roller coaster of a match in terms of we're seeing good stuff from both,
60.
but not consistently enough for anyone to really dominate. Thought it was going the way of Johnny as he reeled off 5 consecutive legs, but it's Twedle now who is in the ascendancy.
99.
Twedle won the first 2 legs. He's won the last 2 legs.
94.
That burst from Haynes in the middle. 5 on the spin. Sees us at 5-4.
58.
And was chasing a treble there. Jack Twedle doesn't get it. Ton will be handy.
97.
57's even better.
Jack, you require 147.
Yeah, and it's this range of shot which Johnny Haynes has
99.
been
Johnny,
so
you
good
require
on.
90.
Starts on the bull. Would have fancied at least a shot at it. He'd gone the other way.
65. Jack,
Doesn't
you require
matter.
48.
Was aiming for the middle of the board. Can't get it. 16. Oh, he's missed. And he's missed the
42.
double as well.
Johnny, you require 25.
Well, a slip, a lapse from Twedle. Haynes looking to take advantage.
No
Oh,
score.
he's bust his score. Treble 17.
Jack, you require 6.
Oh wow, that could prove to be costly, but double 3, not a given.
Game showing
But he takes it anyway.
Jack
Levels
Twedle.
up at 5-all. And it was a big mistake from Johnny Haynes.
11th leg, Johnny to Faro
Well, it was a
first.
mistake from
Game
Twedle.
on.
A bigger mistake from Haynes. And Twedle came back and did not slip up twice. Double 3, not easy.
60.
got it tidied up and got out of there. And now he's worked hard to engineer himself
43.
into a position where he's levelled the final. He's won the last 3 legs on the spin, Jack Twedle. He was 5-2 behind at the break.
32.
Since the break, things have just gone from bad to worse for Johnny Haynes. Just the
96.
one dart out of double. That happened to be the ball.
Busting with that 51. Landing in the treble 17. Uncharacteristic for
82.
Haynes. But under big pressure, strange things can happen.
Yeah, and as a player, you have to kind of shake it off really quickly. You have to forget
81.
about it. But it's easy for me to sit here and say that when you're up there in the moment, you can just relive those missed opportunities.
100.
I wish it was, but this game's definitely not worth 40 grand for us. It is for these two boys.
47.
Yeah, and you just wonder, as that finishing line gets closer and closer for either of these two players, does the thoughts
100.
once again just come back into the mind of the players of just exactly what is at stake? But this, you feel, an important leg
64.
for Johnny Haynes. He's down to a finish.
Johnny require 127.
And look what Jack Twedle has
87.
left once again.
Jackie require 170.
Can't get the second treble.
105. Johnny require 40.
As far as big fishes go, that would have been a whopper to put himself 6-5 up.
20.
And he still might get the opportunity
Jackie
because
requires
Haynes has
65.
missed 3 at tops.
He's already found the 65. He's having to go a different route if he's to do it once
Game
again.
showing the 11 flag.
There is no mistake
Jack Twedle.
on the outer ring for Jack Twedle. Johnny Haynes reeled off 5 consecutive legs before the
12 flag.
break. And
Jack to Faro first.
subsequently, Jack
Game
Tweddle's
on.
won the last 4.
140.
Back in the lead for the first time since leg 4, Jack Twedle.
I think what will be a disappointment really
43.
to Johnny Haynes, who had legs of 14, 15, 18, 15, 16, the legs he's won. The last 2 from Jack have been won in 22 and 21 darts. He would have felt that they should have been well within his range.
It just shows how the complexion of the game has changed.
95.
Sometimes that's what happens when you
60.
do have a break in a longer match, that if you're the player that's playing well, you don't want to get off the stage. You just want to keep it going and going. But if you're the player that's on the back foot, the break really does feel
140.
all important. You can see just the change in the dynamics of this particular match.
134.
Twedle has a real grip of this final at the
140.
moment.
Jackie require 32.
Double 8.
Game showing the 12th leg.
5
Twedle.
legs on the bounce for Jack Twedle. He is motoring.
13th leg. Johnny to Faro first. Game on.
And I'll be honest, at 5-2 down, this looked unlikely.
96.
But the scoring has improved from Twedle, and it's been a bit of a drop-off from Johnny Haynes. Johnny just the 4 darts in those 5 legs at a double, and they came over 2 legs.
100.
Just hasn't been able to find any big scores to combat Jack Twedle.
$60.
What is the punk running out of steam?
$83.
There have been times in this tournament where Haynes has had to
60.
dig and dig deep. Just needs to start searching for something.
100.
In this kind of mood. Twedle certainly won't be feeling charitable, put it that way.
And Johnny Haynes, he kind of through those knockout stages, early doors, just losing the one match.
100.
But Johnny Haynes, although everything has been all about Jack after the break, he's still well within the match.
65.
It's only a couple of legs behind.
118.
Tops.
78. Johnny requires
Quite a way north in the end. Now, we said Haynes might need to find something, and something big. Could this be it? Could this be it?
120.
So close.
Jack, you require
It's the
40.
same target for Twedle to go one away. Double 10.
30.
Misses his mark. This is a chance now for Haynes.
Johnny require 40.
Yeah, one of the first times that Twedle has allowed Johnny Haynes back to the Oki. Needs the double.
20.
3 in hand and misses again.
Jack, you require
That feels significant.
Five.
But Twedle can't take care of double 5.
Johnny require
And the door
20.
opens again for Johnny Haynes. He needs to walk through it. And he does.
Haynes on the 13th leg. Johnny Haynes.
Could this final hinge on that very moment?
14th leg, Jack 2.
Smiles from both because they know that
on.
wasn't pretty. Jack Twedle had 7 darts to make it 6 consecutive legs to go
81.
within one of the title.
Haynes snapping the streak
45.
of Twedle legs.
You said it before. Johnny
60.
Haynes, he's one of those players. He does grind out results. He's hard to get past, and he's proven that this ADC championship.
85.
Well, he's averaged 111 during a game in this tournament, Johnny Haynes.
100.
Won 5 of his 6 Phase 2 group matches. Only Tom Sykes had won more legs this
100.
tournament than Johnny before the quarterfinals began earlier today. And he's not done yet.
60.
Twedle has the advantage, but it's only slight. Both in the score, in the game, and in this leg.
60.
Yeah, it really still does feel like there's not a great deal to split them. How Jack Twedle would like at least one big treble.
60.
See there, Johnny Haynes just rubbing his darts with a bit of chalk, trying to get a bit of grip.
26.
Yeah, he does
Jack,
absolutely
you require 140.
coat those darts with chalk. He does it regularly.
100.
Leaves himself tops. Will there be a few twitches from Twedle here? Because if he pins this tops,
99.
he goes one away
Jack, you
from being
require
global
40.
champion.
He missed 7 darts at double in
Game
the
shot on the
previous
14th
leg,
leg.
but it's no missing
Jack Twedle.
from Jack Twedle.
Fifteenth leg, Johnny to throw first. Game on. $140.
Well, this final has seesawed this way and that. Twedle took the early lead. Then Haynes reeled off 5 legs in a row. He
91.
went into the break 5-2 in front. But after the break, Twedle has come out a man possessed. He won 5 on the spin. And now Haynes is having to find something to stop him.
180.
But Twedle's in no mood to slow down.
Super response from Jack Twedle. Johnny Haynes finding his first maximum.
100.
But Jack Twedle able to fire straight back.
$60. Johnny, you require 81.
Well, that's a long way from his target.
65.
Well, he wasn't able to rescue. And we've got a few scoreboard gremlins again. Don't say it, don't say it, don't say it here. Oh.
It is very tempting. But no big fish once again. 105 points to come off for Jack Twedle. But Johnny Haynes
16.
Desperately trying to bring it back within one leg.
Game showing a 15th leg. Johnny Haynes.
It's a great response from Johnny Haynes. Fires in a 13 dart leg.
Flag. Jack to
Well, it would have been something had Twedle won the Global Championship final with a big fish.
100.
He's going to throw first for a shot at glory and at £60,000.
Yeah, and this is the leg he would have been focusing on. He's got the advantage of throwing
100.
first. He's going to want to make the most of it.
$85. $100.
Back-to-back tons for Johnny Haynes.
$96.
Well, Jack Twedle has already been through a last leg decider. That was in the semi-final against Gary Stone. He came through it. He finished it off with a ton plus checkout. He'll be hoping to avoid the same scenario here. He doesn't want to go down the stretch. He wants it done.
100.
He's set in a handy position after 9.
58. Jack, you require 120.
120 between Twedle and Global Glory. Tops.
100.
One match start come and
Johnny,
gone
you require
for
158.
Jack Twedle.
$60.
Well, we've just got a bit of confusion up on the stage,
20.
and that will crank the tension up even more. 20 left for Jack Twedle.
Game shot.
Jack Twedle is the ADC Global Champion.
Jack Twedle!
A touch of confusion about whether the game is over, but it is. And Jack Twedle is £60,000 richer. And he adds his name to the trophy underneath that of Devon Peterson. And two lads from Swindon, one of the old guard and one of the new guard, doing battle to pick up the biggest prize in amateur darts. And it's the 30-year-old Jack Twedle who got it done by 9 legs to 7 in the final. Johnny Haynes won 5 legs on the spin after being 2-0 down to take us into a break with the score at 5-2, a 130 outshot in and amongst that for the punk. But it was after the break that Jack Twedle really put his foot on the gas. He ended up winning 5 legs on the spin of his own, including a rather scratchy double 3. But it was a display of efficiency and ruthlessness in the end from Twedle, who despite a few gremlins was able to get the job done. A big day for darts in Swindon. They have a global champion, and his name is Jack Twedle.
Jack Twedle, you are champion of the globe. Many, many congratulations. Can you just begin to describe the emotions right now?
No. It's the easiest way to say it. No, I can't. It's been a long sort of 2.5 years, and yeah, I'm pleased I got over the line.
Tell you what, that was getting tight towards the end, wasn't it? When Johnny came back at you those last couple of legs.
Yeah, he just wouldn't go away, would he? And then in the leg before the last one, when he went 140, 180, I was just like, just go away, man. Just stop it in trebles. But yeah, I got there in the end.
What did you say to yourself in the break? You were 5-2 down, you won 5 on the spin. What were you kind of saying to yourself to get yourself back into that contest?
Literally, you're going to give yourself chances, so just make sure you take them. Obviously, I had chances before, I missed them. I was just like, if you give yourself chances this time, you've got to take it.
What does this mean? What does the ADC Global title mean to you?
It means everything, because I wouldn't be playing darts if I hadn't started going to vaults. Thanks to obviously Ellen and my mum, we started going to vaults. We then put a vault on. So if it wasn't for that, I wouldn't be playing darts at all.
Well, 2025 was a golden year for yourself. Obviously, you won your Challenge Tour title. And for yourself as well, obviously, you're going to be going to stage 2 at Q-Score in a few days' time. But this is the best of the lot, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, 100%. It's the best by far that I've ever won, obviously. And it will take a long time for it to be topped.
And it's an amazing story, isn't it? A couple of years ago, you weren't even playing the sport. You got back into the sport, and now you're at the summit of the sport.
Yeah, a couple of years ago I wasn't even walking properly. I was on crutches, as I've said before, and darts was just a way to start being a bit more active. So, yeah, I'm buzzing about it.
As far as a launch pad is concerned, what could this do for yourself? We mentioned Q-Score in a few days' time. Yeah. You must go into that now filling with confidence.
Yeah, I was looking forward to Q-Score anyway, because thankfully my sponsors, unfortunately there was a mix-up with the shirts, so my sponsors weren't able to be on the shirts, but obviously they know as well. But I've been looking forward to Q-Score for a good few months now, and now I can go in it with all the confidence.
60k, what's the first buy?
By the sounds of things, I got told that I'm buying everyone a carvery, so I think that's where it is. So yeah, that will be it. That, to be honest, I don't need or want anything else. We're taking the kids to Disneyland as well, so that'll be nice.
And also, not just your global champion, does that make you Swindon's #1 now?
I think Haynes just answered that. I think it's just another game in a long list of games that me and Haynes played against each other, and it always seems to go tight. Always goes tight, and it's always nice playing Haynes. But yeah, I'm just buzzing. I don't know what else to say.
Well, you are the global champion. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Johnny Haynes. Jack, this is your moment. We're going to crown you the champion, and to do it, our MC is Lewis Jones.
Thank you very much. A thrilling afternoon of darts, a brilliant tournament, and an amazing final. It's now time to crown the winner. Your champion of the ADC Championship Final, receiving £60,000 and the magnificent trophy. It's Jack Twedle! Jack Twedle!
Well, what a moment for Swindon's Jack Twedle. On top of the globe, global champion, £60,000 better off. And what a champion, Laura Turner.
Oh, absolutely. Not Swindon's #1. Let's not confuse this. But no, it's great. It's great to see. And you have to congratulate both players. They really did make it a contest. It was a real final between the two and played in such good spirits as well. But yeah, that man there on your screen, Jack Twedle, obviously he was almost speechless towards the end because it's such a big prize. It's such a big prize fund, but it's also getting your name on the trophy. It's been a great 2025 for Jack Twedle, and it's an amazing start to 2026.
And what a story it is for him as well, because a couple of years ago he wasn't playing darts. He actually used it as a way of getting going again in terms of he was struggling to walk, he was on crutches, he used darts for mobility, and now he's won one of the biggest titles in this sport.
Yeah, he was a really promising young player, and as you mentioned, he had that hiatus because of health issues. I think it was his girlfriend, just at the time, she recommended that they put up a dartboard at home, and that's how he got straight back into it. And yeah, he's just got better and better the last few years. He's kind of, like I say, had a lot of promise. Almost put too much pressure on himself, he said, as a youth player. So now plays with this little bit more freedom, and wow, it's paying off.
These are just the most incredible pictures, aren't they? And by the way, that is a very heavy trophy to lift, so he's doing well to lift that. And I suppose it's interesting because it's right at the very start of the year. He's mentioned his ambition to go to Q School and get a tour card. Just everything could just fall into place for him now.
Yeah, and what a platform to start it off with by picking up, what will be his biggest payday in darts ever, £60,000. He said, yeah, not worried about that because he's got sponsors, everything's in place for Q School. It's just the fact that you've just played in a tournament that spanned over, the last few weeks before Christmas. You've come back here, and then you are now the ADC global champion. Yeah, you've got to take so much confidence going into Q School.
It was a game that ebbed and flowed throughout the whole course of the contest. We saw Jack taking early. Then Johnny Haynes went on a bit of a run. He went into the break 5-2 in front, but Jack came out after the interval, a man possessed. He won 5 legs, and ultimately, that was the difference, wasn't it?
Yeah, definitely. That break was perfectly timed for Jack Twedle. Johnny Haynes, he dropped off a little bit, but it was Jack that stepped up. His finishing got better. His scoring was meaning that Johnny wasn't even having a dart at the outer ring in that period of play. And I think then, although Johnny was so in the match still, he was only 1 to 2 legs adrift at any given point. It wouldn't have felt like that for Johnny at the time, having such a lead going into that first break and then watch it getting pegged back, and then Jack's in front again. So Jack just turned everything around.
But does that also illustrate how important timing of intervals can be? Because Johnny could probably have just carried on if he wanted to. And you could just see towards the tail end of that opening session, Jack was just beginning to go within himself a little bit.
Because when you're in that situation where you have, basically your opponent is winning leg after leg after leg, it's quite hard to adjust that when you're in the moment. That's really difficult. So the break, I think, was just perfectly timed for Jack. And Johnny, I think, would have been happy to just stay on and just take advantage, make the most of the situation.
However, Jack, yes, he raced in front. He got himself one away, but we all know what Johnny Haynes is like. He's never going to give up. He's got a never say die attitude about him. He pulled a leg back, but ultimately, when it mattered, Jack was able to hold it together.
And it's also important, and we've said about his composure, he's calm. Even when he was 5-2 down, he didn't look particularly, distressed or upset, or he wasn't flapping like we have seen from other players. If you've got that in your locker and you can just remain calm and focused, then you can turn games around. He must have some real belief in his ability, and that shone through today.
A superb final, but it does take 2 to tango. And I just want to have a couple of words on Johnny Haynes and the championship that he's had.
It's been brilliant. I mean, up to that point, he'd only lost 1 game this whole ADC Global Championship. So, when you put that into context, he's hit massive averages, the 111. This was perfectly timed, the 130. It was only for a holder throw, but it was the start of that when he started running away with leg after leg. So, we saw a lot of good stuff from Johnny Haynes, just not quite enough in the end.
Well, let's have a look at the moment that saw Jack Twedle become the champion of the globe in the ADC. Double 10 left, and I can imagine the heart is racing, probably beats a minute you don't even want to know about.
Oh, yeah, just squeezes it in the corner. It's a mixture, isn't it? It's relief, it's elation, it's absolutely everything. And the game was played in such good spirits as well. We mentioned the fact they're both from Swindon. They know each other well. I mean, I think one of the highlights, and it probably shouldn't be a highlight, was Jack having to put the flight back in for Johnny Haynes halfway through. But honestly, it was a fitting end to just a wonderful tournament.
Although Johnny Haynes is still insisting he's Swindon's #1.
He is indeed. I wouldn't argue with Johnny about that either. I mean, to be fair, he's established his career probably for a bit longer, but this has got to be the biggest title for Jack Twedle.
And he spoke about the system, and he said about the ADC, he started playing in vault events. He now runs vault events. He's then progressed through the Tour Championship. He's played here as a qualifier in the Super Series before. He's qualified for the Global Championship. He's won the global title. It just shows that the pathway that the ADC's got, where you can literally start in your local club or venue, you could travel 5 minutes up the road and then you can end up winning a trophy like this on international television.
Yeah, and I guess when Jack was kind of coming back into the sport, it would have been a bit of a tentative start in terms of you don't want to start travelling all around Europe or even all around the country to try and pick up points or pick up matches. So the fact that, as you say, they're on your doorstep and you can just travel locally and then expand it out, like you say, to like the championship tour as well. When you've got those options and that pathway, and then you see the results, and the result is picking up the global championship title here, yeah, you just know it's a pathway that's really working for players.
And he did finish top of the championship tour Order of Merit, and that tour gets underway next month in Aylesbury on February the 7th and 8th. If you head over to www.dartsatlas.com, you can enter those events. It's capped at a field of 256, and look, you could be £60,000 better off if you think you're good enough. And that is just it. The ADC is darts for everybody.
Yeah, and it's the accessibility. It goes back to that. Obviously, as you mentioned, you can go to Aylesbury for the championship tour, but even if that's not your height of your ambition, if you want to start off slow, then yeah, you've got the vaults, you've just got these different options. So yeah, what I love about it is the fact that it's now, it's proven, it's successful. You just look at the semi-finals last year and 3 of those players went off to get tour cards, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see a couple more from this year get some as well.
And just some final thoughts and observations on the day as a whole.
It's been great, hasn't it, from start to finish? Yeah, you have to give full credit to Jack, because we were talking about it right at the beginning of the day. He came in at 11-1 because he faced Tom Sykes, dispatched of Tom, great semi-final, and then lifts the trophy in the end against a good friend in Johnny Haynes. But yeah, all round, just the quality and the international feel that it's had prior to Christmas as well. Absolutely brilliant.
Well, Laura, if this is the start, then 2026 is going to be especially great to be in your company. Thank you, Donal McCorn, as well. Plenty coming up across Pluto TV. Coming up next is our documentary, The Final Call, talking about the career of George Noble, who hung up the microphone and fought a wasp yesterday at the Alexandra Palace. That's coming up in a few moments' time. And then we've got a brand new series called Merv Meets, and he's going to be chatting with the King of Bling, Bobby George. Then the live darts continues tomorrow from 9:30 a.m. Simon Whitlock is one of 12 players in action at the Seniors Showdown, and Fanny Sherritt's going to be at Women's Week 5 on Monday the 12th of January from 9:30 a.m. But here it is global glory for Jack Twedle. He climbs to the summit of the ADC Global Championship. Bye from us. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the moment we've all been waiting for.
What a shot!
It'd be absolutely mental. I mean, I've never won anything like that in my life.
Top to 12.
Double 16.
Niall Cullton.
Oh, what a shot!
It's Tom Sykes!
Double 14. Shane Turner.
You will be disappointed with that. He wanted to have
Graham
one dart.
requires 20.
Graham Usher wins the first game of Champions Night, and it was an absolute ripper. He hit one of them on tops. He missed one on double 12. Which one is it? It's the hit!
Outside opportunity for Andy Hamilton. Van der Velde should be getting a match start again here. He's already had one. Mr. Dart at tops for the match to win 4-1. And he Dart at double 16 gets the job done there for Jurgen van der Velde. He gets over the line with a 4-2-6.
Did he go for tops, or did he just overshoot the single? Jimmy doesn't care. Jimmy just looks to eat this up to make the semi-finals for the second time. Adam Gablas has been eliminated. Keep us guessing. This time he's trying to leave double 18. He knows best, and he takes the lead. He's 2 darts away
Jeff requires 86.
from a Super Series final. He's 1 dart away doesn't need any more darts. Jeff Smith makes the Series 11 final. Is Usher losing his cool a little bit here?
Oh, absolutely. Right now, I'd say the head's gone. And you don't have long to recover. It is very, very short format darts. Vansky's halfway to victory.
He only needs one more. Jimmy Vansky is yet again into a Modus Super Series final.
Flashback vibes. Can Jimmy Vansky do the same? Just needs the one treble here on the 19s. Finds it. For the ball.
101!
Oh, unlucky. A lot of pressure on it. He kind of split it. 2 darts for double fourth, and a match